Well, are you all in Vegas ready to get started?
Yes, I
think we are.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and call the meeting to order. Danny, can you do roll call for us, please?
Member Bolton.
Here.
Member Luna.
Here.
Member Kerner.
Here.
Member Corbett. Member Hinton. Vice Chair McAdin.
Here.
Chair Guanasso.
Present. All right. Aisha, lead us in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was
It's always awkward. Around.
that was kind of like the row, row, row your boat version Danny said of the Pledge of Allegiance. That was good. Hey, before I take public comment, I just wanted to recognize Aisha. Today's her last day. We've really appreciated her service to the board. You worked a lot of hours, a lot of overtime during the period you were with us. During the transition period, I know you're a big help to Ryan and to Mark and to the entire agency. So thanks for your service and good luck to you in your next job. All right. All right, let's go ahead and open up public comment. Let's see, I've got Albert Seinlinger. Seinlinger, please come forward.
Push the little button. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, please state your name for the record and proceed.
My name's Albert Sindlinger, former teacher from Argent Preparatory Academy and a teacher of 28 years, math teacher and history teacher. Anyway, I just wanted to speak some thoughts about the whole process, and also from a public standpoint and also from a personal incentive standpoint, because I think everything comes down in life. I always ask who benefits. Anyway, last year at the March meeting of Argent's closure, there was teacher incentives were part of that. And then through the process at Argent, some of those incentives, AKA a severance package. Never happened. I've tried to communicate through the process. I've emailed periodically over the last year. I used to call the bookkeeper. They no longer have a bookkeeper working for them of when or if it was going to happen. And I'm just here to ask what happened to those severance packages as part of the closure. That was one of the things. On a bigger picture here, I know firsthand after experiencing the Argent experience for 5 years of my life, as the school closing winds down, right, it's supposed to finish up here pretty soon, I believe, the whole closure. And I know, to me, it's never been really stated, I think, for the record, that a lot of it was because of adults. I know there was a forensic audit that happened, and there was some egregious financial misdealings. I also know personally I was audited by the IRS because the payroll company skimmed off, you know, and I don't know if they were ever prosecuted or anything like that, but I know firsthand of that. And I understand the public process, some of it legal action has to take, and you never know the consequences of those actions. So it's, to me, it's just kind of, there was a lot went on, and initially, or I guess in the end, the school closure, I think, was blamed on academic achievement of the students. And really, I mean, to be honest, I think it should be stated for the record that was a lot of the school closure should have been blamed on adult improprieties and mishandling of funds. So I was just curious, whatever happened, did anybody get prosecuted for any of that? Or I know there's sometimes political agendas and things happen and it goes away. And I noticed you have on the agenda today something sort of related to Argent through the, I think it's Quest, and I see, and I'll quote from the agenda meetings here, and it says, the SPCSA SPCSA may also want to consider more creative solutions to ensure Quest's long-term financial viability. For instance, as Argent prepares to close, the SPCA may consider whether there is a way of using proceeds from Argent's closure to improve Quest's financial health. So what you guys choose to do this afternoon, in the bigger picture, that's your choice. You probably see more things than the public does, and I understand that. But I would just like to say, in my own self-interest, you know, what happened to the severance package? I've tried to communicate through emails and had no response, like I said earlier. And then I'm not sure, why should Quest benefit? Maybe some of those promises, or maybe they were never formally written down, so therefore it didn't exist. But I did look at the record last night, and they said there would be incentives. And then my last question from a bigger picture, whatever happened with the forensic audit? Did anybody get prosecuted with some of those things that, from what I heard, were pretty egregious, and even from my own personal standpoint? That's all I have, and like I say, part of this is from my own self-interest, but that's life. I think everybody is part of that, but also from a bigger picture of public funds. You know, I'd be curious why Quest should benefit from Argent's closure. I think regarding whenever they finally sell the building. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Mr. Steinlinger. I'll be sure to ask the receiver some of the questions you've presented, and then I'm going to give your contact information to our legal counsel, and maybe he can talk to you offline about some of the other issues you raised.
Mr. Chair, I just want the record to reflect that Member Corbett arrived at 9:05.
Welcome, Member Corbett. Do we have any public comment in Southern Nevada?
We do not.
Okay, any further public comment here in Northern Nevada? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we'll move on to agenda item number 3, approval of the April 19, 2019 SPCSA board meeting action minutes. This will be the time for us to review and possibly approve the action minutes from the April 19th, 2019 Authority Board meeting. Have all the board members had an opportunity to review the minutes? Yes, Member Moulton, please.
Yes, thank you. I was not in attendance, but I have read the minutes and I will vote on them.
Okay, any changes to the minutes? Okay, hearing none, I'm willing to take a motion.
Member Corbett, motion to accept minutes.
Member Moulton, second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Before we proceed on with the rest of the agenda, let's do a sound check of all the mics. Rebecca, do you want to do a sound check for us there?
Yeah, this is Rebecca, and I believe the sound is working in here. I just want to reiterate for the folks in the room here in Las Vegas that we only have one mic here today. It is very sensitive, so we ask that you just do your best to remain as quiet as possible in the room. If you do need to take a phone call or something else, please step out into the lobby. And for those of you in the north, if you do have trouble with the sound, please let us know, and we'll press pause and work to resolve that issue.
Yeah, if anybody whispers anything negative about me, I will hear, whether you're in the back of the room or the front of the room. So, all right. So let's go ahead and open up agenda item number 4, the focus on the schools. This is going to be a time when we get to hear from Democracy Preparatory Academy at the Agassi campus. Director of Authorizing, Mark Moderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the authority, over the course of 2018, you'll recall that we heard from a few schools on their best practices, and the SPCSA staff provided a summary of these during our meeting in December of 2018. And staff and myself have spent some time with members of the authority talking about the best format for these in 2019 and moving forward. We want to include traditional public schools as well as public charter schools sponsored by other entities. We think this is critical. That the public school community can continue to hear and share their successes as called for in the current strategic plan. So today we have a familiar face with us. Mr. Adam Johnson will be presenting some of the successes enjoyed at Democracy Prep Middle School, which is a school in the Achievement School District's portfolio. And Mr. Chair, with your permission, I believe Mr. Johnson is here and ready to quickly present some of the elements of their model that they believe have been critical to their success.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome back, Mr. Johnson. We certainly miss seeing you regularly at our board meetings, but excited to hear about all the good work you're doing over at Democracy Prep.
For the record, this is Adam Johnson. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here and to share a little bit about our school. This is really exciting. You know, I don't often get an opportunity to brag, and people often say that I spend too much time figuring out how I can be better as opposed to spend some time reflecting on the things that we've done well. So I always start off with making sure that we talk about why we do the work we do before we start talking about any successes. And, thank you so much. So for me and for our school, as we think about the reason why, we think about the level of poverty that exists in our nation for children. About 20% of our 3.2 million kids live below the poverty line. And so we think about their ability for success. About 9 out of 100 will be able to go ahead and graduate from college in 6 years. And so we know that college success is a really big indicator for ensuring that you have the opportunity to provide yourself with access. And then when we start zooming in into our own neighborhoods and the children that we're serving, we think about that same level. Poverty and bachelor's degrees are also, they are in inverse relationships, and so that folks who have higher levels of income have higher levels of bachelor's degrees, and then the inverse is true in our community. Over 50% of the students that we serve live in zip codes that are at the lowest median incomes in the community. And so our model aims to shift that paradigm by being able to educate responsible citizen scholars for success in the college of their choice and in the life of active citizenship. Those two things go hand in hand, and I'll dive into each one of them. A little bit about the history of Democracy Prep for you who don't know. We started off in 2006 in Harlem, New York as a single middle school on a single floor with 100 students. Today we are 21 schools and one SPED program that's located in New York City, educating over 6,500 students. And because the program works, it is seeing success. We're being able to replicate it not just in Las Vegas, but in all the other states. We are built on 5 values, and I'll dig into these values just a little bit more, but the 5 of them are increased rigor, more instruction time, joyous culture, exceptional talent, and then data-driven decision-making. And then all of those 3 are anchored on our 3 pillars that make us a little bit different than other schools. So 1, authentic civics. Number 2, all scholars. And then number 3, we use public funding for our core programming. And the program is driven on, I know I'm moving really fast, Rebecca, so I'm sorry I can't tell you the next slide. I know Mark said to be quick with this. We have our dream values, discipline, respect, enthusiasm, accountability, and maturity. These are what guide not just our scholars on campus, but our adults on campus as well. We all are unified by these 5 values, and they help us stay committed to the vision. Democracy Prep was founded by Seth Andrew, who had taught in Korea. He took some of the premise of Korean education, which number 1, value on teachers. Number 2, education is everything. And number 3, we work hard to see our success. And so we took those 3 premises and decided to use that as some of the foundation of our school. So Korea and Korean culture throughout our school. In fact, high schoolers take 3 years of Korean, and then we go on an immersion trip to Korea the 3rd year of their high school career. International travel is also one of the things that's important to us. We visit countries throughout the world because we think it's important to have people see the world in order for them to change it. And then what does it look like in terms of practice at the middle school? We've seen some really remarkable success at the middle school to this point. We grew our middle school in the first year from a 2-star middle school to a 4-star middle school with the aim of being a 5-star middle school this upcoming year. The middle school math proficiency is, for me, is really a bright spot. Just middle school math in general has been really challenging for people to try to figure out. And Mr. Daniels and his team have really worked hard on math proficiency. They've been able to double the math proficiency. They doubled it from year 1 to year 2. And then I'm really proud to announce we just learned 2 days ago that 100% of our 8th graders who took the algebra EOC passed that exam. So they are now set to be able to take geometry in 9th grade and on the track to taking calculus by the time they're graduating, which means they will be more than prepared when they decide to enter the college of their choice in 5 years. The last two parts, and then I'll go loop back up to the things that I want to dig into. Our civics, I'm really proud of the civic engagement that we've had throughout the course of our first 2 years, whether it's putting on a health fair for more than 500 community members, having over 3 blood drives on our campus over the past 2 years. All of those things, again, show that Democracy Prep not just is committed to making sure that students understand the importance of civic engagement, but we actually live it and are doing it in practice. And in Global Citizens, we've taken 3 trips thus far. 2 years ago, we took 1 group of scholars over to Rome. This year, we took 2 groups. We took a group to Rome, and then we also took a group down to Quito, Ecuador. And so our scholars have been able to see and tour the world. And so that, I think, is incredibly important. If we're talking about what, I don't know if keys to success are really the thing, but I want to talk about the values. And if you go back to our 5 pillars, I really think these are the crux of what has made Democracy Prep special, is the things that we put a lot of energy and effort into. Increased rigor, number 1, making sure that every single lesson in front of every single student really is challenging their thinking, pushing them to be the best they can be. It really does take a lot of energy and effort to make sure that every single time you come in front of a group of students, you are prepared to have them with the most challenging lessons possible. More instructional time. That means not just daily, but also annually. So I had a student come in this morning as we're taking our final exams today. Mr. Johnson, we're the only school that's still in school. I said, absolutely. But we want to make sure that we're not like every other school. We want results that are different. So we spend time in school when others may not. Joyous culture. While yes, it is incredibly hard work, and we know that the work is going to be challenging, we want to make sure that there's joy that permeates throughout the building. So whether that is the chance to happen in elementary school, it's the ability for our high school students to be able to present proposals to figure out how more joy can come on, or it's a middle school field day and town hall where they're celebrating one another's success. All those things are really critical to making sure you're building a culture of success and achievement. Exceptional talent. None of this happens without fantastic teachers and school leaders. And so we do a lot. From the school leader aspect, it is making sure that we're providing a great feedback loop. And then that school leader has to be the instructional leader of the school. So they have to make sure that they are looking at lesson plans weekly and providing feedback. They're growing teachers. They're really making sure that the teachers have the space to develop. And that is where we spend a lot of our time. So we spend 3 weeks at the beginning of the year doing professional development. And while that is challenging for some because it cuts off a summer vacation, we really think that is being prepared for a long school year by ensuring that your teachers have what it takes to be trained on the front end is really critical. And then weekly professional development, along with professional development that comes from outside of the school. And then the last and probably most critical part is the thoughtful data. So not just having using information for information's sake, but really diving into analysis of exams and scores to determine where can we make this better? How can we look at any of these small steps to make sure that we get long-term change from these things? So those 5 are the real crux of, I think, what makes us special and where we put a lot of our energy and effort to ensure that we can see long-term results. Mark, was that all right?
Well, I appreciate your presentation. I had an opportunity to tour your school in the fall, I think it was, and have a conversation with you. And with school turnarounds, I know one of the challenges is changing the culture. What was and for other schools that are trying to turn around their performance, I know they face similar issues. What were some of the key ingredients to you all changing the culture and the expectations of families and students at Democracy Prep?
It's still a work in progress, and I'll say that changing culture is always challenging. 2 things were critical. Number 1, a lot of communication, and that communication had to be 2-way, and most of it was listening. Listening to what existed before, being, I think, open to families saying this is what we are used to, and being really clear about our expectations. I think the most important part is when you are able to say, here's what we expect, and here's where the bar is, and here's how we'll help you get there. that is probably the most critical part of making sure that you can help change. And again, change is not easy. Some families have decided that our school isn't the right fit for their family, and I speak to every family when they come in, and if they decide that they want to leave, really to understand what is it about our school that you enjoy, what things can we do better to serve more families in the future. I think that's the best way for us to continue to help change and grow. And then ultimately, we have our expectations and we have our standards, but not being so rigid that you can't think about how do we accommodate families who have different sets of needs. And while our expectation for every student is here, and we're going to help every student get here, understanding some families need more help than others to get to the level of expectations, but ultimately knowing that we can all reach that space, because that's what's going to help us be able to see success and hopefully start to shift how our community is run and led by students who are at our school.
Thank you for that, Mr. Johnson. Do any other board members have any questions or comments?
I have a question, Chair.
Please.
Congratulations, it's great to hear. I'm just curious, how do you recruit? Do you have a waiting list? Are you planning to grow? And then the same for teachers. Do you have a hard time recruiting teachers with the higher instruction time, or do they get paid more? How does that work?
So we have to be competitive. We do as best we can. So I'm going to answer the second question first. We have to be competitive as it relates to teacher pay, and so you can't pay less, especially when we ask teachers to do a lot more. And we have a really strong recruitment team to make sure that we're finding mission fits, because I think all of us understand that no one's ever going to get tons of riches from being an educator, unfortunately. And so we have to try to make sure that everyone's fit is the right fit. And so we do a lot of spend a lot of time with candidates on the front end, have them tour the school, have them talk to students, have them talk to other teachers, so they really understand the work that comes in before they decide whether or not they want to join our team. So it's really a two-way relationship. In terms of student recruitment, we're doing a lot of student recruitment around our community. We've had put a lot of energy and effort in trying to make sure that we can fill up our elementary and our middle school. We certainly are out to recruit high school students as best we can. We found, though, that after 9th grade, it becomes a little bit more challenging for students to want to come into it, because we're asking more of them as it relates to high school graduation requirements. And so some 10th and 11th graders, when they see the requirements that we ask in terms of to be ready to graduate from our school, have decided that they don't want to do that, make that effort. And so 10th grade and up generally is the hardest to recruit students into.
Thanks.
Thank you. You're welcome.
This is Member Moulton with a question, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I've got 2 or 3 quick questions. Who is your authorizing agent?
Today, the authorizer is the Achievement School District.
Achievement School District. I've followed your history. I sat on the school board many, many years ago when Agassiz Prep came into being, and I watched the evolution into Democracy Prep through the paper's eyes, not necessarily through yours. One of my questions is, what percentage, how many students do you have?
Today, the number is around 950.
950. And do you have a demographics breakdown of your students?
I do. It's going to be general, so please don't quote me.
Sure.
The last time I checked, 2/3 of our students were identified as Black. A quarter of our students identified as Hispanic or Latino, and the remainder identified as either mixed race, Asian, or Native American, or white.
Great. Then my third comment is kind of an interesting one. I'm watching you in sports. Democracy Prep is a movement in sports. And then with your comment about the high school, I wondered, are there students that come there to participate in your sports program?
I answer your question a little indirectly, but getting to the point, I went to a high school where academics and athletics were both valued highly. My high school sent students in football, basketball, baseball, swimming, in almost every sport to Division I schools, and it was a point of pride to be at our school to compete academically and athletically. And so I know that both can be true, and the academic requirements at my high school, where many years ago, were never lowered because you were going to be an elite athlete. You were expected to do both. And so I believe that same thing can be true at a public high school. And so I bring that sentiment to our high school. I welcome top tier athletes to come and compete in the NIAA, but you will also have the same rigorous academic requirements, because once you decide that you're going to go and play college athletics, you still need to be able to compete and write a 5-page paper just like your other classmates before or after practice. And so, yes, they come and they want to compete in sports, and I welcome that, but I also don't give any concessions because you are an athlete.
Thank you for your answers, and congratulations. You're doing wonderful work. I appreciate your participation.
Mr. Chair, Member Kerner here.
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Johnson. I look at ACT scores in your junior year. How have they changed or progressed, and where are they now?
So from our scores at year one, we increased the score by from the previous year, 3.4%. We have not done our tabulation for this year's ACT scores. The goal, though, is to be at a 24, an average of a 24 by the 2023-2024 school year. So we have 2 years to make it to that space. And that would mean some significant growth from where we are now. And the composite ACT score at our school was a 16.9 for the 2017-18 school year. So that means we have a lot of growth to be able to make up that much difference. Almost 8 points in 4 years. But if we aren't making large amounts of growth, we're actually not doing what we need to do, because you have to make sure the kids are ready to go into college. And I will say, an ACT score doesn't tell the whole story about a student. I was not, my SAT score, I'm not going to put it on the record, it was not, it wouldn't have gotten me into some of the schools where I'm aspiring to send our students. And so I know that does not tell the full story of our kids. That being said, it still is a bit of a gatekeeper. And so we understand that both need to be true. You have to make sure that kids can get as high as they can, because when certain schools look at them, they will be looked at by that number. But we also know that we help build well-rounded students. So a quick story for you. We have students now going in droves to Boston College University from our network. And the first 2 kids that got in, they had scores that were right on the cusp of what Boston College wanted in terms of standardized test scores. Now Boston College has widened their acceptance for us because they see the caliber of students that come from Democracy Prep. And so, yes, I have a target number that I want to hit. I also know that the score doesn't represent our whole students. So by us helping to create a student that is well-rounded, that can articulate their thoughts, that is a leader on campus, that is a leader in their community, we'll be able to open doors even if their score is close to what our Tier 1 universities are seeking. And then we'll also have students that will be able to meet that mark as well.
Good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chair Guarnoso, this is Member Corbett. Just a couple quick,
Proceed.
and it can be also offline, because I'm just personally curious in terms of any longitudinal data as it relates to the success rate of your students in the post-secondary space, and how does that compare to others? So again, nothing, if you have it later, great. And then how do you track the impact of your professional development? And is it both direct and indirect, or is it specifically compliance-based professional development?
I'll talk about it first because I have figures for it. And it's the figures for the longitudinal data is from the network. We have one graduating class at this point. The college persistence rate across the network is in the high 80s, lower 90%. And that is almost 2 times what it would be for other for schools who have similar demographics.
Right.
So we are quite proud of the fact that students are not just going to college, but they're also persisting through college, which is really critical. You don't want kids, especially if they come from low-income communities, to go into their first year or second year, kind of realize maybe it's not for them, or they don't finish out, and then they're saddled with, they have 2 years of school, no degree, but saddled with significant debt. So the persistent rate is higher than the national average. Is almost 2 times what it is for other low-income students, and so we're proud of that fact. In terms of professional development, I haven't found a strong way to measure the impact or the value of it. I guess the data that we see is strong, but I don't know that that's really a great indicator to say, we can determine that professional development is directly the result of academic outputs. I know it's an input, and so that's one of the things that I'm happy to talk to our school leaders about, is how do we measure what this PD has measured. And we also know that not only is PD, does it come from the school level, we also invest a significant amount to send more experienced teachers off to be able to get PD in and bring those things back to campus.
Right. Thank you. Know how busy you are. Thank you so much for being here. You're somebody who goes 100 miles an hour in every direction. And so definitely I would encourage my fellow board members, if they haven't toured the school, everything that Adams is sharing is backed up. As soon as you step on, you could just feel the energy, speak to the students, speak to the educators.
Yeah, we have school 186 days a year. And so I welcome you on any of the days. We're in school till June 7. So half days next week, so you got to come in the morning. But other than that, we're back in school in August, and so again, I do welcome you all to come and tour. It'd be my pleasure to host.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate your presentation and applaud all of your efforts and the results that you're starting to see.
Thank you, board. I really appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks.
Excellent. Okay, that'll close agenda item number 4. We'll go ahead and open up agenda item number 5, Discovery Charter School quarterly update. SPCSA staff and receiver John Hanel will provide the authority board with an update regarding the receivership at Discovery Charter School, as well as the receiver's plan to wind up the receivership and reconstitute Discovery's board. Director of Authorizing, Mark Moderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is a quarterly update from Mr. Hanel regarding the Discovery Charter School team. Of course, this body will recall that the elementary and middle school programs received improved ratings under the Nevada School Performance Framework for the 17-18 school year. Mr. Hanel will be speaking to the progress made this year and the priorities that they've undertaken. He'll also be speaking to his plan to wind down the receivership. The school is on a positive academic trajectory, and SPCSA staff believe that the board can be reconstituted in a short period of time. As you may have seen in the supporting documents beside this item, Mr. Hanel also plans to share a list of prospective board members today, but I want the authority to be aware that we plan to actively work with the school throughout the reconstitution process, as there are some legal requirements that they will have to abide by, and we want to work through those because I don't believe this process has been done before. So know that we will be actively engaged over the coming months along that, and that concludes my brief remarks on this, Mr. Chair. Happy to turn it back over to you and the board for any comments prior to the school's report.
Yes, please proceed.
Good morning. For the record, my name is John Hanel. I'm the receiver for Discovery Charter Schools. This is our second year of receivership, and to begin the third year, we're making an aggressive recommendation for exiting the receiver, which I'll cover that later.
I'm just here, Africa Sanchez here, counsel for Discovery, and if you have any questions regarding the reconstitution, just here. Hopefully to stay quiet today as we work out through this new process that is new to this board.
So at the end of the second year, we're reporting that the end of the year testing for the second year in a row, we've had 100% of all students in grades 3 through 8 complete the test successfully. Our test administrators, our teachers have reported that the student effort, again, has been very, very focused and intense. Of the 343 students school-wide who completed the Spring iReady reading diagnostic, 289 or 84% of them, of the school population, finished the year working on grade level, somewhere mid-year grade level or advanced grade level, maybe in the beginning of the grade level. But that's a great percentage to accomplish with growth. The word growth will come up over and over because of what we think is the reason why they work so hard. In math, it was 298 students out of 342, or 87% of the population. Once again, working on grade level at either beginning grade level, mid, or advanced. but they're close enough to be able to accomplish their goals of doing well on our state exam. Correlating factor in iReady is a 0.84 in favor of success with high stakes tests. So with this intense effort of testing, and probability is high for earning a minimum 3-star status for all the two middle schools and the 2 elementary campuses also. The students did receive a reward for this. We do student contracts, and they have aggressive goals that they are to meet both for academics and for behavior. And we're pleased to announce that approximately 120 students, give or take a couple parents driving with us, traveled to Knott's Berry Farm. But we call it academic because of the reason they got there. It's definitely not academic with the activities they do that day. But it was a reward for a job well done by our administration, our teachers, and of course, the most important part, the students. But we attest this to adopting the growth model built by, not built by, but maybe given a lot more publicity from Angela Duckworth. And in the growth model, you want to stress hard work is more beneficial than just being smart. If you tell students that they're very smart, that puts a barrier over their head because then they choose not to work as hard because of fear of failure. But our kids work at 150% level, day in, day out, every day of the year, and so do our teachers. And that's a common phrase on the campus. Did you give 150% today? And they have no problem looking you back in the eye and stating that. So we're very pleased with that. The growth model will be in play all along in the future, and we do professional development every Friday. That's another reason I believe our model was built for a longer 4-day week with a half-day Friday with the students, and the second half of the day, professional development for teachers, which is pretty extensive, intense, and many times as much as 3 hours long. So we're happy with that also. We built a lot more parent support this year, and we've talked to the parents, and they voted to do an amendment to start working towards a K-12 model. We don't have a high school at this point, but we started in the spring with town hall meetings. We had 3 town hall meetings, 55 families. Doesn't sound like a lot, but they represent 240 students. And we really didn't have the current 8th grade work with it very much because we were working towards a plan to build 1 grade level at a time, beginning with 9th grade. We delayed, and I went with council Director Motorson with the idea that we could present this again in the fall. So for the October 15th deadline, we will have an amendment to add additional students and start with the 9th grade, followed by a 9-10, the following year, 10-11, the following year, and 12th grade thereafter. I want to clarify that that recommendation was only about the timing. I had asked him sincerely if it was appropriate to be able to go as late as October based on what was happening at the legislative session at the time. And it made sense, and we will submit that on October 15th. Next item is interesting because you heard in public comment discussions about a payroll process at a payroll company. We are one of the schools that have a PERS payback plan. It's been a floating number for quite a while now, and we started by asking PERS to do an audit for us to make certain that the number, which was $125,000, approximately $400, was accurate. This dates back all the way to 2011. Employees were able to choose under prior administration Social Security benefits or public retirement systems, which, if I correctly understand this, you can't offer both. So we have a lot of lost funds that we're trying to recapture. Specifically, though, we had a plan for $125,000. Now is a plan I had to resubmit instead of a 12-month plan to pay it off. We now have a 22-month plan that costs us $220,856. Now, I'm not concerned because we then did an audit with the payroll company and found though that we submitted payroll PERS support monthly for 3 months, March, April, May, of $32,000 plus. That money did not go from the payroll company to PERS. And so at this point, we're doing a little bit more work with attorneys. We're going to approach them now. We did capture, with their assistance, the documents for ACH transfer. And it validates that they did not send the money. We showed our bank sending the money. And so right now, approximately 90,000 of this money will probably be brought back, but not right away. Litigation, if we go to that route, could take time. So we have to stay with the plan for the 220,000 and make a monthly payback of that amount until we win the battle. And we will win that battle unless they're bankrupt and we have to go after their insurance. But they are working right now in practice, and everything's working in the right direction for us to start first with some letters to them. There might be a good reason why that did not get paid. I'm going to say that that's not going to be something we talk about. What we want is the money back in our hands, put it back in. We did make a payment to PERS of somewhere between $80,000 and $93,000. The grand total for that month was in March, and it was $131,000. And that ended up being spread by PERS through the 3 months to pay our monthly expense instead of our back pay. So we were talking about having everybody current from our current staff. That wasn't true. But the audit that we asked PERS to do uncovered it. And it's been a roller coaster ride for the last month now for a lot of the work we're doing, trying to recapture that money. That probably would be the most negative thing that we've had happen. The good news is, I've also been told by one of our future school board members who was head of the audit department for Clark County, who's now retired, that we can go to Social Security and reclaim that money. So once again, this is all something in the future. It may not happen right away, but all the plan that we have to be in place and functioning before the end of the year, or actually at the start of the school year, beginning August 1st.
Hey, Mr. Hanel, let me interject here. Last time we were together, I think with these reports, we wanted both a written report and an oral report, and it's hard for us to follow what you're saying, with regard to the financial issues without something in front of us. And so I appreciate the update on those issues. But I've got some questions. It sounds like to me that you have accomplished the goals for which you were appointed receiver. That is to say, we had an underperforming school that that now is 3-star, and it looks like they're going to be 3-star for 2 consecutive years, 3-star or better. And so for me, that calls into question whether the services of a receiver are needed anymore, given the fact that we've accomplished the purposes for which the receiver was appointed. And I notice in the packet that we've been given, there's a timeline for transition. And today, in your timeline, you have May 31st, 2019. Today, you're supposed to be naming 5 members of the reconstituted board. Can you share with the board who those 5 new board members are?
Yes, I can. And this document I can submit did not have the board members totally in agreement till the final dates, but we have 5 members. Jerry Carroll is the name of the person that's the certified public accountant. If you recall, the 5-member board was to be made up of a parent from each campus, a community member, a certified public accountant, and an attorney. So Jerry Carroll is a certified public accountant in retirement. He was the executive director approximately 8 to 10 years ago of the Clark County Audit Division of the county services. He's coming on board and will fit the role of the CPA on the board. Sally Galati is an attorney that's working with me on leasing right now, and she is aware that we will not use her services in the future. She's with Drury Galati Law, and she is coming on to the board representing us as the attorney for the school board. Our 3rd member is a community member. His name is Lauren Olson. He's with County Financial. Lauren Olson Agency, and he deals in business ventures, but more importantly with insurance. Feeling from the receivership is that there's a lot of places and ways you can point money within an insurance policy to save on the premium. This is what we think he can bring to the board in experience. Heather Stinnett is representing our Sandhill campus. She's a parent. I believe she's with Johnson & Johnson, and she's in the Human Resources Department as a manager. Once again, this person would bring the human resources skills to the school for the future. And the last member is an academic person, Sterling Peterson. He represents the Hill Point campus. He is a counselor at Arborview, has children both in public school and also at Discovery. And we think the current knowledge and the wraparound skills that we need working with counselors, this will support that process very well. I apologize, Chairperson Ganasso, that I didn't have firm commitment on the last meeting. We were in process and had 3, but we've only wrapped this up this past week. I've also made recommendation to the leadership here that these people will be in attendance at the meeting, probably not July, because everybody's got vacation time scheduled at different times, but in our first meeting in August, they will be there. But I think we still have some questions.
Yeah, no need to apologize. You're fine, and I appreciate you providing the outline of the transition plan, both with regard to the timeline and then your exit plan. And it sounds like you've got a very a strong board identified. And if I recall correctly, you know, part of the work that you've done in the last 2 years is you've put together a really strong team of academic leaders, including Dr. Nahara and Ms. Childs as the vice principal. So you've had Dr. Nahara as the principal, an assistant principal, Donna, I think is Chiris. And then you've got some other great people, Angie Story, Amanda Kettleson, Heidi Ambanga. And with such a strong team in place in the school, and with a strong board identified, I'm just wondering why we can't wind up the receivership here in the next, 30 to 60 days and hand off the responsibility of managing the school to both the board and this academic leadership team. I think Dr. Nahara could work with your attorney to get the board, because you've got a plan to get the board online over the next couple of months, and it seems to me that your school leaders and your attorney could onboard your board members during this time period, and you could step down knowing that you've done the work that you were appointed to do.
I'd like to address some concerns that I had, even Member Godmaso, if I may. First, when I was reading the NRS statute in preparation for this meeting, it's my understanding that this board actually has to appoint the board members, and the way that I'm reading it as well is that there has to be kind of an open meeting and an opportunity for members of the public to speak as to the newly constituted board. And so I know that I was trying to get in contact with your general counsel, Ryan Herrick, and weren't able to connect because it seems like everything is being kind of rushed through, if you will, and I think that there has to be some type of process. I know that it's never been done before. So I wasn't quite sure what the board's procedure was going to be for this process, but it definitely, by the statute, the NRS 388A.333, which was part of the receivership order, that this is what we were going to do. So everything seems like it's going really fast. It might be that we could do it within 30 to 60 days. I know that Mr. Hanel has some concerns regarding these purse issues that came up regarding the budget, but so that's what my concerns are.
Oh yeah, Ms. Sanchez, I hear you. I think first of all, with regard to the appointment of the receiver, the reason why we appointed the receiver was for an academic turnaround. and he's accomplished that. And what I'm trying to figure out, if my understanding is correctly from past reports, Mr. Hanel, as the receiver, gets paid $12,000 per month to do the work that he's doing, which means if we drag this transition out to October, we're spending $60,000 on the receiver, and we've got a responsibility as a board to make sure, that we're spending the public dollars entrusted to us well. And I just got to I guess I've got to hear from you all that $60,000 over the next several months is going to be spent well, because it seems to me that the things that you want to accomplish with regard to transition can be accomplished with the stellar group of school leaders that Mr. Hanel has assembled, along with this proposed board.
Yeah. So if, so that we can discuss if the board is interested in a faster timeline, then we can address those concerns. But I do think that we need a process and a procedure in place in order for that to occur. And and so there's things that we can discuss as well regarding his payment, regarding Mr. Hanel's payment, as well regarding the amount that he's receiving, in order to make the process go faster and we can move forward.
Mr. Herrica, what's your understanding of the process and procedure for terminating a receivership and allowing the school to take over operations?
So because Ryan Herrick, because we appointed the receiver, we could certainly move for a court order to terminate the receiver. But Ms. Sanchez is right, and frankly, we have not looked at any of this yet. We need to take a look at the receivership statutes, the receivership order, and figure out how the process moves forward in terms of moving, from a receivership back to reconstituting governing body. Now, that's not to say that can't happen in the next 30 to 60 days or by the end of summer when the new school starts. But those are all issues that we need to look into that frankly, we have not.
So because we haven't transitioned from a receiver back to a governing board, we're not sure what the process is. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and there'll certainly be, it's something will have to be filed with the court for sure. But in terms of, Ms. Sanchez has a very good point about, reconstituting the board. I'm not sure how that happens. And it should certainly happen with SPCSA, whether it's staff or board input to some degree. And then I'm sure, just like we've been talking about, not to mix apples with oranges, but the transfer of the ASD schools to the SPCSA, I'm sure there's going to be a number of practical and logistical issues in terms of transitioning from a receivership back to a governing body.
So it seems to me that with the issues as I understand them and how I understand the statute that both you and Ms. Sanchez have identified, we could wind down the receivership by August 1st, because I guess what's in my mind is turning this school back over to the governing board and to, again, Mr. Hanel has put together an amazing team of school leaders, including Dr. Nahara and as the principal and Ms. Childress as the vice principal. So you've got an academic team in place that's ready to execute on an academic plan starting at the next school year. And you've got a board that's been identified. And so I don't see what the barrier is to speeding up this timeline that we've been given so that the transition takes place on August 1st rather than October 1st.
So Ryan Herrick again, and I'd like Director Fiden to weigh in on this too, but I think, we kind of anticipated this issue coming up today in regard to this receivership as well as the Quest receivership. I think, a couple of different options, but one that comes to my head is certainly SPCSA staff, myself as legal counsel, Ms. Sanchez and Mr. Hanel could certainly, meet within the next, prior to the June board meeting, with direction from the board in terms and come back with, because again, I have not looked at any of those issues of how all of those different pieces of the puzzle will go together, but that would be one of my suggestions. And again, Director Fiden should probably weigh in as well.
Director Fiden.
Thank you. Rebecca Fiden for the record. Yes, I agree. We should certainly move quickly to lay out specific action steps now that we've received a plan and a proposal of how things will roll forward. I do want to make sure that we are careful to make sure this process is both expedited and efficient. To Chair Guanasso's points regarding the use of public dollars, and also ensures that we do that in a way that is also methodical and thoughtful and does not create issues down the road. And I know Member Corbett, I believe, had a comment or question as well.
Yeah.
Yes, please, Member Corbett.
Thank you. What I was going to speak to is basically what's been shared in the last couple of minutes, which is I have a high level of appreciation for your zest in looking at the level of expediency, but also it seems like there's a lot of gaps in terms of the information for us to make that level of determination. And so just based on the feedback from Mr. Henrik and then Director Fiden, I think that sounds like a more comprehensive way to build our knowledge bases about what those next steps with, rather than identifying arbitrary timeframes without having this kind of information backfilling for us. And so just wanted to share that.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Member Corbett. I think my frustration is coming from, I made it clear a couple months ago at the last report that it was time to wind down this receivership. I think, that's why we have this transition plan before us. And I would have expected there to be something, the information that they say they need, I would have expected that to be brought to the board so that we could affect a transition in time for the next academic school year. Again, we have Mr. Hanel has done an excellent job assembling a stellar academic team that as school leaders that has produced results, and those results are well documented, and that was the primary reason why Mr. Hanel was appointed in the first place, was to help with an academic turnaround. That goal has been met, and I just have a hard time justifying spending additional public dollars on a receiver, especially what we've gone through the last couple of months at with the legislature, scrutinizing how we're spending money and the decisions we're making. I just have to have a level of confidence from staff and from the receiver that, waiting until October is the right thing to do, when we could potentially get this done a lot sooner, knowing that we have a strong academic team in place and we have a board identified. I'm just having a hard time understanding what the needs are that require us to drag this out till October. Because if you look in your exhibits, we have a timeline that's laid out for us by Mr. Hanel, and then some objectives that they want to accomplish on the exit plan. But there's this caveat, and that is, if all academic goals have not been met, the receivership model will remain in place for the next school year. And I just don't want this to be open-ended. One of the weaknesses of the receivership tool is that, at least in the way that we've used it, is we haven't had a definitive exit strategy. We've done a good job of bringing receivers in, but we haven't done a good job of defining a point in time when that receiver's duties are done, or setting forth some criteria that say, if by this time the goals for which the receiver was appointed, those goals have not been accomplished, or they have been accomplished, we are going to reevaluate whether we're going to continue with the receiver and make some decisions with regard to the school. And so we need to correct that weakness in the way that we're using the receivership, because, again, there's public dollars going out the door, and we've got to be able to justify the reason why we're spending those dollars, especially in this instance where it appears we've accomplished the purposes for which the receiver has been appointed.
Member Corbett, I think there's a higher level consensus than maybe we think. I think it's, from my perspective, is just looking at, I don't know that this is written in stone, but what I did hear today from council and from staff was that there are gaps in terms of processes. And so once they go in back and have that level of dialogue, which is not our role, which is more staff in their role, then they would come back and see whether or not this is an appropriate timeline or not. That's kind of how I'm understanding the conversation and the feedback from both staff and council.
That's correct. And I would just, Chair Member Guinalso, I apologize. You know, what I think is unique in this scenario is that Mr. Hanel has been probably this board's only successful receiver. So I want to commend him for that. But no, I know, sorry, Mr. Kearns back there. No, in the sense that he was able to address the concern. But the receivership order did provide a timeline. It said by July 2020, he had to be out. So there is, I think that some of these concerns that you're bringing forth were provided both in our charter contract as to what we had to meet and what would happen to the school if these standards weren't met, and what would happen to the receiver. And unfortunately, I was not prepared to speak about the quickness of it, because I know that staff and Mr. Hanel had been working together regarding the exit plan. And so I actually feel really confident that we're going to be moving really expeditiously, because Mr. Hanel is of the same mindset as you, and we just want to do this thoughtfully and vet it out and do it correctly. And it will be done, and it is going to be done expeditiously. October 1st is 4 months away. It's actually very quick. So it's going to happen. And I know that Mr. Hanel, when we spoke, and he has heard you loud and clear about the amount that he's receiving in funds, and he's willing to address that as well. And these are things that we'll be able to vet out with staff. So I feel confident that we'll be able to move forward, close up the receiver, and leave Discovery the success that it is, and that Mr. Hanel was able to do.
For the record, Steve John Hanel, I'd have to give a little bit of background to how this entire receivership was negotiated. Academically, it's totally different than working on a financial package. In the growth model for education, and I've done this for the last 18 years, your first year, you're going to make gigantic growth because the school needs growth, and it hasn't been there. We put great people in place to make growth, and we jumped from 2-star to 4-star elementary status, not 3, and 5-star middle school status, all on the backs of growth. I had asked for a second year to show continuity that we can maintain success. And this was with Greg Ott from the Attorney General's office, Attorney Sanchez, and the former executive director. And I told them with taking over on July 7th, the first year probably is like a football coach playing with somebody else's staff when a coach gets fired. And I couldn't guarantee that that first year would be successful. However, you're right, Chairperson, we brought in a great team between July 7th and August 1st. But coming up for year 2, we don't even get raw data from the state until the end of July, just on proficiency. And on September 15th, the NSPF results, which calculates in climate, calculates in growth, calculates attendance, everything that adds up to the 100 total points we could have, won't be known until September 15th. I felt October 1st, working with Director Fiden, was wise, because we would have a solid ironclad 2 years of success, not formative data saying we worked our hardest, we think we have success. The third year was only a backup in case the first year I had to work with the current staff that was there in total, but Ms. Kelson did a great job working with me on that to help make that transition. I have no intent of being here the full 3 years and no intent to be the receiver. And the last time we talked, I said that possibly at the end of the first semester would be wise because of the gaps in between and not having 2 years of continual success. I honestly felt, and I said this earlier, sometimes we become too aggressive based on formative data. If that's the risk you would like to take and would like me to take, I'll do that. But the money, I mean, I'll make it clear. Greg God will tell you this because I said I would do this job for $5 a student times the number of months I'm doing the job. I didn't ask for $12,000. It was given to me as a gift. My point is, I'll waive the rest of my fees. I want this done right.
Yeah, I'm not. Please understand, Mr. Hano, I'm not criticizing. Actually, it's because of your success that I've taken really this aggressive posture. Again, you've put together a great team. Seems like the school is heading in the right direction. With the team you have in place, I don't see any reason why the school wouldn't continue to flourish. And so it's really just, it's my job and the rest of the board members' jobs on this board to ask these tough questions and to move the school along, because it's not the charter school model is it didn't contemplate the idea that we would just have one person operating as the governing board and the authority for these charter schools. The only reason why we have one person in place doing that work is because this school was in trouble with regard to its academic performance, and we needed a turnaround, and the board wasn't in a position to make that turnaround. And so the idea was to have you come in, make the turnaround by putting the right people in place, and then reconstituting a board as soon as possible. And we're 2 years into this, and you've got the first piece of it done. That is you've got the academic team in place, but we don't have the governing board in place. And if this charter school thing is going to work, it's got to have a governing board. And that shame on us for not requiring that sooner rather than later, or making that expectation clearer. I tried to make it clear at least at the last board meeting, if not at least at the last report you gave, if not the report before that, because it's just imperative that we have a board in place so that we can hand over the reins of the good work that's been done to that governing board and allow that governing board to continue the governance of the school. And so I'd be interested to hear from any other board members on this topic if there are any other comments.
This is Nora Luna. I feel like they've done good work. They've done what they said they were going to do. I feel like this is a reasonable plan. 4 more months to get everything, the foundation right, is reasonable. I trust, based on what they've done, that that this is a good plan. I feel like they've been thoughtful in the other work that they've done. And so, to me, it seems reasonable to make sure to leave a good foundation.
Chair, this is Member Moulton. I agree with those sentiments. As I look ahead and see 4 months is not very long. And one of the big questions I had as I prepared for this meeting was, who are these board members going to be in the training they'll get? I think if we look at the history of what's going on right now, one of the big concerns with open meeting law and everything is board members. And I know as I sat on a committee to form and then moved to the board of the matter, many of the individuals, I'd had experience on a board, but many of these individuals don't. And it is a new experience, but a very important one to know what you're doing. So when I saw the training that was going to take place, as it should be, they're lucky if it'll work. I mean, if they'll really be prepared in October when they take, officially have all the training done. So I would think that the current proposal, I too don't see that there'd be a need to go on to June or whatever it is of 2020. I don't see that either. But I appreciate, Mr. Chair, your bringing this to our attention, and I appreciate that. But I would think that it will take 3-4 months to get that board up and going to a quality board.
And I do think that me and Mr. Herrick will need to talk just about Africa Sanchez said me and Ryan, Mr. Herrick will have to kind of talk about just the logistics, and I'm sure we can do that rather quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if, we may be on the board's agenda again very soon. We'll have to, vet out that process. But we're all on the same page, I think is what we're saying. Yeah. We understand. We're working towards the same goal, making that transition.
Thank you, Member Moulton. Vice Chair McAdam.
Hi, Melissa McAdam for the record. I think we are pretty much all on the same page. I think everyone agrees that we want to see the receivership come to a close as quickly as possible. And if that can happen successfully for the school before October 1st, then I think we are all in agreement that that's great. The one thing that I just want to go on the record of as saying is on the, what's it called, receiver exit plan, the DCSLV receiver exit plan, it outlines goals to be met by August 1st. But then in the next section, it says when all goals have been met, the following exit plan will be recommended. And then as Chair Guanasso already pointed out, it says if all academic goals have not been met, the receivership model will remain in place. I just want to be clear that I'm not in support of that if all those goals haven't been met, because there's things on there like enrollment must be at a minimum of 400, even though the budget is going to be based on 384. If for some reason the training, isn't done by October 1st, I don't think that means we want to leave the receivership in place for a year. So I just want to go on the record of saying I'm not in agreement that all of those goals have to be met before this receivership comes to a close in, I'm going to call it worst case scenario, October 1.
Thank you, Vice Chair McAdin. Are there any other comments from any other board member? Well, let me just say, I didn't mean to say that staff and the school aren't working diligently to address this issue of wind down. And our staff has been busy with a number of different things. And so outlining a specific procedure based on the statutes and the contract and the receivership order, I do agree that some time is needed for that, but I think perhaps maybe in our June meeting, we can take a closer look at what's required. I still, in my mind, I still think, I don't understand why August 1 wouldn't be a reasonable transition date, but I'm going to leave that to Member Corbett's point. I think I'll just leave that to the professionals in the room. If staff and the school leaders and Mr. Hanel, I think October 1 is a more reasonable timeline, and we can justify that time and expense based on the work that's being produced, then I'm fine with that. But like I said earlier, I think it's my job to ask these questions and to push, given that this receivership tool is a relatively novel tool, and that it appears that it's been very effective in this instance of accomplishing the purposes for which we have executed it for. And so can we just give, Mr. Herrick, can we just give staff direction without a formal motion to bring this back at the next board meeting to talk about some of the formalities that you'll need to research and work with Director Fiden on?
Yeah, Ryan Herrick for the record. And I think the direction without a motion is fine. And I think if I understand the direction correctly, it's to work both, Ms. Sanchez and myself will work on the legal pieces in terms of the contract, the court order, and the statutory framework. And then I think, and again, Director Fiden can weigh in on this, that Director Fiden, Director Moderson, and the school leaders, I think the idea is, not only to have a process for the board at the next meeting, but, to try to figure out how quickly this can happen. And if it can happen prior to, if it can happen August 1, I think that's the, recommendation that staff would bring back to you. I think that's the direction. And Director Fiden, do you have any thoughts on that?
Sorry, this is Nora Luna. Chair, would you be comfortable just to get things moving? Like I would be comfortable making a motion that the receivership end on or before October 1st with direction to staff and the school to figure out the process and following all the rules and leaving a good foundation. So October 1st would be the latest. Because they've already proposed that. That's already in your proposal.
I'll take that motion. I'll take that motion. That sounds great. Yeah, go ahead.
Africa Sanchez, just for the record, I didn't believe this was an action item, but maybe it is
an action item. It is an action item. Member Luna, I'll take that motion. That sounds reasonable to me.
Okay, so this is an Ora Luna. I would like to make a motion that the school and staff and attorney make a plan to close the receivership by, preferably before, but no later than October 1st of 2019.
And we've done everything we need to do.
October 1st, 2019 is, yeah.
Melissa Mackinnon, second.
And your motion included with the direction to staff, right?
Yes, with the direction to staff and the school to work together to come up with the plan that meets all the laws and requirements and, you know, leaves a good foundation. I feel like that would, since they've already said October 1st, it's going to be more than reasonable.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Please.
Member Moulton, just for discussion purposes, if through the discussion this doesn't seem feasible, that's why to me October 1st is such a deadline. But maybe I'm wrong. I just want to make sure that we have a motion that gives flexibility if needed. I totally understand this point of when everything falls into place in July and September. Those are big dates and big data that might need to be used. So I guess I can agree with it. I just wanted a little bit more flexibility, but that's me. That concludes my remarks.
Mr. Chair, Member Kerner here.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm a little bit concerned about this motion as well. I would rather see the meeting take place with Ms. Sanchez and Mr. Herrick this month and come back to us in June with a firm plan. And at that point, take a motion as to final date and the exact transition plan. I think there are a number of things that I feel like they're still sitting in the air that are not resolved, and a number of differences of opinion in terms of how this thing should work, given our inexperience with this thing and given some of the outstanding issues. While I agree that they seem to have made the academic progress, and I'm very proud of them and very pleased about it, and it seems to me that they're moving forward on their board. All these are the right steps, but until we have an agreed upon plan, I feel very uncomfortable setting the October 1 date. Who knows, it could be September 1.
Chair Gunaso, this is Member Corbett. I would just echo the sentiments of Member Moulton and Member Kerner. And I think, again, we definitely want to achieve, I think, again, there's a lot of consensus about what that looks like and the success that's already transpired. It's just recognizing that there is gaps in terms of knowledge bases and processes. And so identifying a specific deadline, I think that's my only concern. I still think that going back on what the school is presenting as a deadline is still there, but I would be more comfortable if council and staff had an opportunity to connect and refine what this could look like before we begin to put the cart before the horse, so to speak.
Mr. Herrick.
So Ryan Herrick, for the record, just for the board's information, we can certainly prioritize this, and I'm certainly comfortable with the October 1 date and potentially an August 1st date. I don't know if that helps the board, but I'm certain that between Director Fiden, Director Motors, and myself, Mr. Hanel, and Ms. Sanchez, that we can figure out what all the pieces are. And again, there'll be some court action and those sorts of things, but this can happen before October 1st.
That's great. Thank you for that, Mr. Herrick. I think for my part, I think having a hard deadline is important, but it doesn't mean that we as a board through subsequent action can't change that deadline. So if staff comes back to us in June and July and says, the deadline that you set in your May meeting is just not feasible. We thought it was, but we don't think it is now. We're going to need additional time. Then our board can take subsequent action to move the deadline. But I think if we don't assert a deadline and say this is our expectation, of both staff and the receivership team to move this process along, then I don't think we're doing our part to shepherd this process to a reasonable conclusion.
This is Member Corbett. I don't disagree with that, Chair Gosano. I think we also, and likewise, have the opportunity to identify a specific timeline come next month when we meet again after there's been some additional dialogue and understanding about the processes that are currently in question.
And Member Moulton, for the record, I agree with that. I'd rather wait and next month put that hard line. And let me tell you, we have become a very litigious culture, and I just don't want to do anything that might sidebar us into that kind of litigation. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know all those things. But my hesitation is just that I'd like to see it. And then when we put a motion forward, we can put it in the backup material. It gives the public the opportunity to respond to that. So I certainly will support the motion if that's what a majority of my colleagues feel. I think it's beautiful for us to have discussion, debate, and even disagreement. But after a decision's made, I certainly will support that. But as of now, I will be voting against that motion. Thank you.
Well, thank you all if there's no other comment, thank you all for the input and the spirited debate. I agree with Member Moulton. That's part of our role, is to bring our perspectives to the table, voice our perspective, and then vote. And so with that being said, I will go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And all those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so it sounds like the vote is split 3-3. You need a majority vote for it to carry. I guess what we'll do, I'll just make it clear, next month we better have a plan, and it better be a definitive plan with commitments to hard deadlines, because it's unfathomable to me to just continue to let the receivership process play out without some expectations on when and how it's going to wind down. And so I think staff understands the concerns of the board as a whole, and I think staff will respond to those concerns by coming back with something next month after consultation with the school.
Can we get Ryan Herrick, for purposes of the minutes, can we get who were the yays?
The yays were Chair Guanasso, Vice Chair McAdin, and Member Luna. The nays were Member Kerner, Member Moulton, and Member Corbett. Okay, well, with that, we'll go ahead and thank Mr. Hanel and Ms. Sanchez for their presentation. And again, we're grateful for the work that's been done, and we're looking forward to a smooth transition.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
Jason.
Yes, Member Luna.
Okay, we just had someone give me something for public comment, so I don't know if you want to do it, do you want to do it now or at the end, or?
What's it pertaining to?
It was pertaining to discovery.
Let me ask legal counsel.
All right. It's Amanda Kettleson. You could just decide whenever, let us know.
All right. Legal counsel says we can take it now. When I'll call the meeting to order in another minute or two. Oh, geez.
Down there.
Okay. Go back.
Just checking that you can hear us. Sorry, we unmuted with the wrong button.
Okay, we're back. Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order if everybody's in the room.
Chair Guanasso, if you could give us just one moment. Folks are finding their way back to their seats. Chair Guanasso, we're ready when you are.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. I had closed agenda item number 5, but apparently there's some public comment for that. Legal counsel said we could take it now. So why don't we go ahead and call Ms. Kettleson up to the dais.
Amanda Kettleson for the record. Thank you, Chairman Guanasso, for your flexibility in the schedule. As some of you may remember, I stood before this board over 2 years ago. Discovery had been on the agenda for poor academics, and rightfully so. Our school community came and spoke in favor of what Discovery offered its students and their families. We truly had a strong community. My team at the time worked extensively to create an improvement plan that we believed would help keep what made Discovery great, while implementing an accountability component. If you recall, I also mentioned that I just thought that putting some sort of academic plan in place, we would have seen growth no matter what, because before our students had no consistency at all. When John Hanel was reappointed as receiver, I was excited for the future for Discovery. I'd met with Mr. Hanel a few times prior to him becoming the receiver, and he spoke only of doing what was best for kids and incorporating project-based learning. I truly felt that he was the type of boss that I looked out for the school community as a whole. Unfortunately, as the last 2 years have unraveled, my hopes for Discovery have diminished. Mr. Hanel was tasked to increase academic scores and reconstitute the board. For the 2017-2018 school year, we did not see much of Mr. Hanel, as he was still employed as a franchise principal with CCSD and was not allowed to contact anyone with Discovery prior to 4 p.m. each day. We put a lot of the things that our families turned to and appreciated about our school on hold because we needed to focus on academic growth. I supported Mr. Hanel's decisions in this, and I knew that things were only going to get worse before they could get better. I continued to make statements to families saying that if we showed academic growth, that we could bring back some of those things that they truly enjoy. Even though Mr. Hanel had also told families and staff we could bring back those things, this was only the first of many statements that were not followed through on. Fast forward to this school year. Mr. Hanel retired from CCSD at the end of last school year and was able to be at Discovery freely. We still did not see much of him at the beginning of the year, and he claims that is because Dr. Nahara and Ms. Childers did not want him on campus. By the time the second semester came around, Hanel was on campus more and more often, and there was obvious tension between him and the administration. Some events took place that led to Dr. Nahara opening an investigation against Mr. Hanel. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Nahara was no longer on campus. Staff was told by Mr. Hanel that this was a budget issue. However, to my knowledge, Dr. Nahara was still receiving a paycheck. Then one Friday, Mr. Hanel was speaking to me in the front office behind doors, and after many negative comments about Dr. Nahara, he stated that he had found out that she was asking staff from his previous schools in CCSD, and that was why he wasn't allowing her on campus anymore, because he didn't trust her. In the last month of school, Mr. Hanel was on campus more and more each day. He started sending emails out to families and dishing out discipline to our middle school students. He made continuous comments to me, blaming Nahara for the school being broke. Yet he also told me that he had taken over the school's finances prior to winter break. There were many phone calls to the school from collection agencies, and on a few occasions, people coming in stating that they have not received payment and that they had reached out to Mr. Hanel multiple times and that he was not returning their phone calls. He has made numerous comments to me on several occasions, speaking poorly about Dr. Nahara and Mrs. Childers. My biggest concern has been the lack of checks and balances for this receivership. I understand that with the Charter Authority, this has been a new thing. However, he has taken full reign over everything. In addition, I also question who Africa Sanchez is representing, whether it's Mr. Hanel or the school. The school is paying Africa Sanchez. I just also think that the board should know that as of right now, the team that Mr. Chairman Guanasso has been speaking of is not returning next year. And that is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kettleson.
Comments?
Copy.
Would you be willing to leave the copy of your comments?
All right. Okay. Well, with that, we'll go ahead now and close agenda item number 5. And unless there's any other board comments on that. All right. Move to agenda item number 6. Argent Preparatory Academy quarterly update. This will be the time when staff and receiver Josh Kern will provide the authority board with an update regarding the receivership at Argent Preparatory Academy. Director of Authorizing, Mr. Moderson.
Mr. Chair, as the authority is aware, Argent Preparatory Academy was closed beginning at the 18-19 school year, but Mr. Kern, as the receiver, had a few items to wind up after the end of last academic year when the school closed, including the transfer of student records and the sale of a land parcel. So Mr. Kern is here today to provide an update related to this closure process.
Great. Good morning. Thank you. For the record, my name is Josh Kern, and I am the court-appointed receiver for Argent Preparatory Academy. Let me say the successful court-appointed receiver for Argent Preparatory Academy, despite prior comments to the contrary. First, let me quickly address the issue of compensation, because I heard from the prior agenda item that this is a matter of concern, and I appreciate the concern very much. I had previously expected that I would be able to wind down the affairs of Argent, including the work supporting Argent students in their receiving schools by June of 19, in other words, next month. Realistically, that is unlikely to occur, but I will not bill, nor will I expect to receive any additional compensation for my work as receiver for Argent after June, after next month. In other words, whatever remains in winding down the affairs of Argent, I will perform pro bono after next month. The primary remaining task is the sale of the third and final property owned by Argent. This property has twice been under contract with different purchasers, and each time the buyer has unfortunately pulled out. In both instances, the proposed end user of the property has been the Carson Montessori School, located in Carson City, Nevada. And I'm once again in talks with another party, a national not-for-profit charter school facility development organization, to purchase the property for the purpose of leasing it to Carson Montessori. I'm hopeful we were able to get that done in short order, but you know, I appreciate that it's the last day of May, and the idea that it would be finalized at the end of June is not realistic, unfortunately. I expect that very soon after the property is sold, that the affairs of Argent will be completed. And this might be a good opportunity for me to address the public comments made by Albert, which I thought were appropriate and thoughtful. Argent owes severance to certain teachers, and Albert is one of them. Unfortunately, until the third property is sold, there are simply no funds to pay this or any other financial obligation that the school has incurred. Albert was a terrific teacher, and as far as what happened at Argent, I think he's largely right. Far too often students are punished for the misdeeds of adults. Said another way, I suppose, we tend to focus too often on adult solutions for adult problems without fully considering the needs of students. And it has been with the students' interests and needs in mind that I recommended closing Argent, and that I hope Quest will remain open. To be clear on this point, I didn't recommend closure, and the SPCSA didn't approve that recommendation due to Argent's financial concerns, but rather concerns over whether the school's academic, largely distance education model, which was originally intended for high-performing, self-motivated students, was effective for the students that Argent actually served. It was those concerns and not financial concerns which were the primary reason for Argent being closed. With that said, I actually want to reserve as much time as possible for Quest, which I think is going to be a longer discussion. So I'd be happy to take any questions you might have about Argent at this time, and then we can then talk about Quest, I suppose.
Does Mr. Kern have any, does any board member have any questions for Mr. Kern?
I just want to clarify. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Nora.
Oh, my question was regarding the comment this morning regarding the severance pay.
Yes, yeah, Albert is 100% correct that what happened was when I was before the SPCSA in March of 2018, proposing that, recommending that the school be closed and that the SPCSA close the school, one of the things that I also recommended at that time was that the teachers who were remaining at the school be offered and paid a severance for their continued teaching at the school through the end of the school year. I thought that was important and necessary in order for them to stay on, and frankly, we needed them to stay and continue to serve the school students. And so that was offered, but it has not been paid yet. And again, it's simply because the school has a approximately $2.5 million asset in its third and final property, which has about $1.2 million of debt on it. And until the school realizes the proceeds from the sale of that asset, there are no funds to pay anyone, including myself, and any other obligations. And frankly, there's no way for the school to get a loan. That's not a going concern. So we just really are waiting for the sale of the building to happen.
Member Kerner here. Mr. Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
In the same vein, are the PERS contributions, have they been made or made up?
Yeah. Yes. Argent didn't have the PERS challenge that Quest had, but there are still 2 employees. These are the 2 former administrators of the school who are operating as facilitators for the students who are in the receiving school. We thought that was an important part of the transition plan, the closure for Argent, given the students that Argent served. And the school does, and up until this month, has been able to pay them and pay the PERS contribution for them.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can you just, I didn't quite get it in my notes. What's the status of the current parcel of property that's being sold? Is it in escrow, or is it still on the market?
Yeah, thank you for asking and for allowing me to clarify. So the short answer is it is on the market. It was under contract and in escrow last week. And yesterday I received notice that the purchaser wants to, and in fact did decide not to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from any other board member?
Member Moulton.
Yes, please, Member Moulton.
So if that property does sell, if and when there would still be money to fill that need that Mr. Sangalu mentioned, or?
Yes, yes. As I said before, the property has an appraised value from the bank of approximately $2.7 million. We had it originally under contract for, I believe, $3 million, and $3,005,000 with the original purchaser. The last purchaser, the second one, was under contract for $2.65 million. I mean, at that price, it really ought to sell and sell quickly, but obviously it hasn't sold yet. But there's only $1.2 million of debt on the property. So, I mean, just doing the math, will be sufficient funds to pay. The total severance obligation for all the teachers is about $90,000. So we'll be able to pay that and pay the other obligations that the school has and still have a sizable chunk of change to give back to the state.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other board members with any other questions? Okay, I just want to clarify the only thing that's keeping this receivership going for the time being is the outstanding property to dispose of. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, there are, as I said, we still do have 2 employees. There's still a couple of minor issues that I've been dealing with, but yes, that is correct. That but for the property not being sold, the receivership would be over. And I am, in addition to not being paid past next month, I am fully committed to a timeline which says, within a month of the last school building closing, the receivership will be fully wound down, and all affairs will be completed.
Yeah, and maybe with us coming to the end of this receivership and those loose ends to tie up, maybe what we could have you do is just continue to report to the board. Maybe instead of on a quarterly basis, we could have you report every month, even if you have to report by phone or by a video conference, so that so we can just keep a tight rein on what's going on as you wind down Argent.
Happy to do it.
Okay, and then there was a couple of things from previous reports I just wanted to follow up on. Have we figured out how we're managing the student records? I remember that was a challenge of what to do with the student records. Have we solved that problem?
Plan as of now is to digitize all the student records and send that file to the SPCSA.
And okay, yeah, that was it. And then all the kids last year were appropriately placed in the respective district schools. Is that right?
Yes, I will. As part of the final wind down, I will give an accounting of the students where the receiving schools that they've been placed at, and some understanding of how they've fared in those schools over the last year.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kern. Any other questions from any other board member on Argent? I couldn't hear you. Okay. All right. Hearing none, we'll go ahead and close agenda item number 6. And we'll open up agenda item number 7, Quest Academy quarterly update. Staff and receiver Josh Kern will provide the authority board with an update regarding the receivership at Quest Academy, as well as the receiver's plan to wind up the receivership and reconstitute Quest governing board. Director of Authorizing, Mark Moderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to give a brief framing for today's conversation so the board is aware of Quest's current standing. You'll recall that both the Bridger and Northwest campuses received 2-star ratings for the 17-18 school year at 47 and 48.5 index score points, respectively. So almost earning 3-star ratings. And I think it's important for the board to remember that they exceeded by a wide margin their academic targets under the improvement plan, which staff was very happy with, and the authorities shared in that feeling as well. And so, this was one of the largest, if not the largest, jump within index scores with within our portfolio. So Mr. Kern is here today to provide a quarterly update on the school. Given the aforementioned academic progress, staff has instructed Mr. Kern to provide an exit plan for his duties, so that the Quest board may be reconstituted if the school is renewed for a new term. I will say that staff is cautiously optimistic that given the current academic trajectory, we think the school does appear to be on track for a 3-star rating in 2019. And the school is up for renewal at the end of the 1920 school year. So I just want to make sure the board is aware of that before Mr. Kern makes his remarks. So that concludes my statement, Mr. Chair. I have to turn it over to Mr. Kern.
Thank you.
Yes, please, Mr. Kern.
Thank you. Well, good morning again. My name is Josh Kern for the record, and I'm the receiver for Quest Preparatory Academy. And I'm here this morning to discuss the plan to reconstitute a governing board for Quest. Again, let me first address one issue up front that I know is on the minds of some people in the room. I have not been paid by Quest since January 2018, and I won't bill, nor do I expect to receive any additional compensation for my work as receiver for Quest. In other words, the last 16 months and the remaining few months of my work as receiver will be pro bono. Likewise, Richard Hawley and his firm, Hawley Driggs, hasn't been paid for their very substantial work since April 2018. I accepted the appointment of receiver from the SPCSA with eyes wide open. I've worked with dozens of charter schools in various forms of distress throughout the country, and also having previously served as a receiver for a charter school. At the time of my appointment in October 2015, Quest, with 1,400 students across 4 campuses, and the SPCSA, was in a very challenging situation, facing significant financial and facility-related difficulties. There is no easy solution when this happens, and the SPCSA made the best student-focused decision possible based on the information that was available at the time. I hope you are encouraged, as I am, by the significant progress Quest has made toward the goals of financial solvency, long-term sustainability, and most importantly, academic success. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the board and the staff of the SPCSA for your support through this difficult process. While Quest is pleased with the success over the last few years, including the elimination of approximately $22 million in outstanding liabilities, closing an unviable high school campus, and moving the main campus into a stable, long-term facility, and achieving 3-star status for the elementary school at the Northwest campus and near 3-star status of the middle school, and having received $450,000 in new grant money, including entitlement dollars that the school had not previously received. The receivership arrangement is temporary by nature, and Quest must develop a plan for continued operations beyond the receivership period. The plan since my appointment has been to reconstitute the board when the school is academically successful and financially viable, such that Quest's charter would be renewed and the school allowed to continue to operate. As Mr. Moderson said, Quest's current charter expires on June 30th, 2020, and as I understand it, the charter renewal is conditioned upon the following. First, Quest must receive a score under the Nevada School Performance Framework equal to or greater than the goal in Quest's addendum to its January 18th, 2018 charter amendment application. Second, Quest must have a reconstituted board. And third, Quest must be financially viable. By September 2019, certainly by the middle of September, Quest will know whether it has met its first charter renewal condition, meeting its goals under the addendum to the charter amendment. The results from 2017-2018 of 48.5 for the elementary school and 56 for the middle school exceeded the goals set forth in the addendum for 2018-19 of 38.5. Quest expects the elementary school, which was nearly 3 stars last year, to be 3 stars this year. Frankly, Quest is a little less certain about the middle school given some of the teacher challenges we had, but hopeful. Certainly, if Quest does not meet the star performance conditions as set forth in the addendum to its charter amendment application, the school will be ineligible for charter renewal, and there will be no reason to reconstitute the board. If Quest meets this condition, Quest will implement the following board reconstitution plan. In September, when the star rating is released, I will begin the process of inviting individuals to join the reconstituted board. In addition to identifying, evaluating, and inviting prospective members to join the reconstituted board, I will create a set of draft bylaws to govern board operations that will be approved at the first meeting of the reconstituted board. To ensure timely completion of the objectives listed below, My goal is to contact prospective board members and secure their commitment to participation by October 31st, 2019. Following are several benchmarks along the way. First, establishing criteria for evaluation of board members, which I'll do this summer. I'm developing criteria for selection and evaluation of board members using board composition rubrics that have been successfully implemented by other high-performing charters as a model. I will ensure that they are in criteria that the criteria are in compliance with the requirements for board composition under NRS 388A.320. Second, recruiting and selecting board members. In September, I will interview all potential board members and evaluate them against the rubric mentioned above with the goal of securing at least 7 and no more than 11 board members. Pursuant to NRS 388A.320, I will ensure that the board consists of at least 1 teacher or school administrator, at least 1 parent, and at least 2 individuals with skills in accounting, finance, law, or human resources. Third, drafting board bylaws. In September, as I continue to identify board members, I will also draft the rules and norms by which the board will operate. At a minimum, the bylaws will include provisions governing board composition, number of members and qualification requirements, terms of service, duration of service, any limits on consecutive terms of service, and committees, and board leadership, determine how the board chairs will be identified and how long they will serve, and outline chair responsibilities. And fourth and finally, training new board members in October. Once at least 7 board members are identified, I will begin training board members to ensure that they are prepared for the remainder of the 1920 and 2021 school year. Board members must learn about the Nevada charter school system, curriculum, and governance. It's important to consider this board reconstitution plan in the context of concerns regarding Quest's financial viability. Notwithstanding the fact that Quest's charter renewal is conditioned upon financial viability, as a practical matter, it's difficult to attract quality board members to a financially insolvent institution. While Quest has successfully dispensed with several lawsuits stemming from the circumstances that gave rise to the receivership, there remains one unresolved litigation matter with the landlord of the former Bridger campus. This litigation poses a threat to Quest's financial viability. I've made concerted efforts to settle this matter and will continue to do so, but to date have been unsuccessful. Notwithstanding the Bridger litigation, Quest continues to strengthen its financial position. The SPCSA's approval of the application submitted April 26, 2019 for the consolidation of the Northwest and Alexander campuses and the sale of the Alexander building will generate much needed funding for Quest, which will be used in part to build out a kitchen and improve the playground and field at the Northwest campus. Just a bit on the application to consolidate the Alexander campus with the Northwest campus. Quest Preparatory Academy currently operates 2 campuses. The main campus, known as the Northwest campus, is located in the Centennial Hills area of Las Vegas at 4025 North Rancho Drive and serves students in grades kindergarten through 8. The Alexander campus, located at 7550 West Alexander Road, is currently home to Quest's kindergarten facility. This campus, located on Alexander Road, is the campus Quest is requesting to consolidate to the main campus. There are approximately 56 students enrolled at the Northwest campus this past year. And we would expect the combined Northwest campus to have approximately 500 students next year. Quest fulfills a unique role in the Nevada education ecosystem, educating one of the most racially and socioeconomically diverse student bodies in the area. And Quest's program, while certainly in need of continued improvement, is now on track. In addition to the improved star ratings, the SPCSA site evaluation from this past February scored Quest as proficient in 9 categories and basic in 2. For these reasons and more, Quest is worth preserving. As always, I welcome your input on the proposed plan for board reconstitution and look forward to continuing to work with the SPCSA to facilitate this transition process. There are a lot of good things happening at Quest, and it is my most sincere hope that the school will be able to continue to operate.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. The couple questions. I want to know about the outstanding litigation that you referenced with the landlord. I want to know specifically, what is the exposure to the school relative to that litigation? The financial exposure, because the reason why I'm asking that question is because I think if that exposure is significant, I think that poses a risk to the financial viability of the school, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, the financial exposure is significant, and I believe that litigation does have some risk for the school's financial viability.
So help me and the board understand this exposure, because in looking at that exposure, if that is still a lingering issue at time of renewal, that will be a significant red flag with regard to our renewal decision. And I think it's important that both myself and the rest of the board understand that now, so that we can maybe set some expectations for you and for us going into this period where we'll be considering renewing the contract of Quest.
Yeah. So Chair, I'm just not sure. I agree with everything you just said. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure what the question was.
How much money is that? Like how much?
I mean, the judgment could be, north of $1 million potentially. I mean, it is possible that a judgment and even just going to trial could render the school financially unviable.
And if the school is financially unviable, then when would we know that? I mean, would we know that after your renewal application comes before us, or will we know that before?
It would be the sooner of the renewal application and decision by the board, or if the litigation is resolved in one way or the other at that time. So if we have to go to trial on this matter, or if we go to trial and have an adverse judgment prior to the school submitting an application, or the SPCSA making a decision on that application, then certainly the SPCSA would know at that time. Or if those things haven't happened at that time, then the SPCSA would just be aware of but it hasn't been resolved, then the SPCSA would be aware of the continued possible risk for the financial viability of the school.
Do the litigants understand, specifically the adversaries who are representing the landlords, do they understand if they press what they're claiming are their rights to a conclusion where they receive a successful outcome, that will mean the school is financially not viable and they likely won't get paid? In other words, they're not going to be able to squeeze blood out of a turnip. Do they understand that?
They should understand it, because it's a point that I've made to them several times. I've met with the property owner in his office south of Los Angeles in California a few months back. I met with him again here in Las Vegas not too long ago, and I've tried to impress upon him this point. It's possible that perhaps that message might be better delivered by the SPCSA, and I'd be happy to talk and work with Mr. Herrig or anyone else at the SPCSA to try to craft a message or communication strategy with the property owner to see if we can help make sure that he understands that there's no benefit, there's no financial benefit for him to continue to press on this litigation.
Yeah, I guess I can't speak for the entire board, but maybe you can point the litigants to this video of this conversation, and just, as far as my vote is concerned, if there is this cloud of uncertainty hanging over whether the school is financially viable, I don't know that I, in good conscience, could support the renewal of the contract, notwithstanding the academic gains that you've made with the school. The school has to be able to operate not just well academically, but as you pointed out in your report, it has to operate well organizationally and financially. And if that third pillar, the financial pillar, if the school's not solvent, then I don't know how I could support a renewal decision. And so if that's the track that this litigation goes down, just know, at least as far as it depends on my support, I don't know that I could support a renewal with that cloud of uncertainty regarding the financial viability of the school. And perhaps Mr. Herrick and can work with you and maybe come back next month with any recommendations he would have as to what, if any, role we should play in helping resolve that litigation. Because again, as far as I'm concerned, I think this litigation has to be resolved prior to your renewal application being submitted. Because I don't know how we can approve a renewal with the cloud of litigation over the school that could potentially bankrupt the school. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Kern?
Yes, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense. I just one point of clarification. I mean, I think as a procedural matter, the school, assuming that this litigation is not is unresolved at the time that the application is due, which I believe is in October of 2019, I think the school, myself, I would probably submit the application anyway, but I understand the sentiment being expressed, which is that it's likely that the SPCSA would not approve it.
Yeah, and I think that the litigants need to understand that.
Right.
Again, if they get everything they want in the litigation, that doesn't mean they're going to get paid, if that makes any sense to them or to you.
Correct. Correct. There's nothing. As you said, you can't get blood from a turnip. There is nothing at this point that the school can. I mean, if there was a way for the school to settle the matter for some financial, for some smaller financial amount of that would make litigation go away, that was acceptable to them, we would have done that. But there isn't, and to your point, the school really can't even afford to take this to trial, let alone to pay for potential judgment at the back end of a trial.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I'm really excited about the academic turnaround that you've shepherded. It is a success story that I think you should be proud of. And so I don't want that success to be compromised by this school becoming financially insolvent due to outstanding litigation. So whatever can be done to get that litigation resolved, I know you're working hard to get it resolved, but just from a board member's perspective, looking at the future of this school, it's vitally important that this litigation get resolved so that you can continue to build on the success that you've had with regard to the academic performance of these students under your care. So I think I made that point. The second question I had was just with regard to your process for identifying and reconstituting a board. Is there any downside to starting the board recruitment process now? I know from some experience that it's not easy recruiting potential board members and getting them to commit to the responsibility that they're going to have. And it seemed to me that starting that process of recruiting board members now would put you in a stronger position to have a board in place, say by the end of the summer, to, if not a board, maybe something that looks like a committee to form. If this were a brand new charter, you'd be putting together a group of people who would be shepherding the school, but something like that so that, so that we're assured that we're able to make this transition in a responsible way.
I've already started to put feelers out, and I absolutely agree with your sentiment that it's hard to form a board under even the best of circumstances, and this isn't exactly the best of circumstances. So it's going to take some time, and I'm aware of that, and I'm committed. I've started, and I'm committed to working as much as necessary to get the board up and operational in the timeline that I previously discussed.
Thank you for that. Do any other board members have any questions for Mr. Kern regarding Quest?
This is Member Corbett, kind of a lateral.
Yes,
thank you. Question on my part. So I recognize that Mr. Kern shared that he's currently not receiving compensation, that there's another entity involved that is also not receiving compensation. I'm not having a lot of knowledge about why that is or isn't. You had kind of shared in the previous conversation about the concern of costs and the business practices and the responsibility. Hearing this also, I think from my perspective, there is a similar concern of it not being a good practice if we have somebody providing a service and they're not being compensated. And sometimes I know because it's in the space of education, we think people just have to be altruistic. But still, I think if we are erring on the other side, as you shared earlier, which I agree with, I think the same goes for the extreme on the other end.
Mr. Kern, is the reason why you and the lawyer are not getting paid because there's just no money to pay you? Is that the issue?
Yeah, I mean, just very candidly, I would never want to put a school in a position where my fees or expenses are compromising the viability of the school. Which, if I was getting paid and Richard Holly and his firm were getting paid, that might be the case. And so, like I said in my remarks, which I'll share with you today, my written remarks. This is frankly the work that I do, and it's a risk that I'm fully aware of when I start the process. These are schools. Quest in particular was a school that was in severe financial distress when I started. It had literally a negative $116,000 balance in its main checking account, its payroll account. Was in danger of not being able to make payroll, and so it wasn't that I wasn't aware of the financial difficulties, and took the position with that understanding. And I certainly appreciate Member Corbett's concern. Speaking for myself, it is part of the work that I do and part of the risk that I take in doing the work, and it's perfectly fine for me.
But this, you haven't necessarily, you have been compensated along the way. Let's just say that, and
absolutely. No, that's right. Absolutely. No, yeah. I've worked for free for 16 months, but before that, I was, very fairly compensated for a lot of work. And so it's again, in the end, it's fine.
Yeah.
From my perspective, at least.
Yeah. So there's still an outstanding obligation to you and to the attorneys when that money is available. Is that right?
No. I'm saying the opposite. I can't speak for Richard Holly and his firm, but speaking personally for me, I've extinguished that liability for the school. So the last 16 months are not a liability for the school.
Perfect.
As it relates to me.
Member Gordon, so this is Member Corbett, and I definitely appreciate. Yeah, thank you. And I definitely appreciate, for lack of a better term, the generosity on behalf of Mr. Kern. But again, just as it relates to what we are responsible for, I think again there's an equivalent sense of responsibility. We're not going to solve it today, but I think if there's maybe an opportunity in the future for staff to kind of research what are some of the best practices when we're in this position and we have individuals working on behalf of us and not being compensated, and how that does or doesn't impact not only what our responsibilities are, but also impacts just the whole ecosystem in and of itself. I think we would be doing our due diligence to kind of lean into that and understand what the practices and opportunities are. Because I'd hate to, again, it's, we want to honor people's work, period. And so just want to share with that.
Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions from any other board member? Okay. Well, hearing none, I'll just close with this, Mr. Kern. Again, the turnaround academically for the school is something exciting. I think the investment that's been made in you over the last couple of years to fix the financial issues with the school and then to turn around the school academically have borne great fruit. And I would say, you are our other successful receiver. But as I told a previous receiver, I'll tell you, you know, that I think the weakness in the receivership tool, at least as we've used it in our state, is we haven't been as clear as probably we should be about establishing deadlines and criteria to be met at certain deadlines, so that we bring the receiverships to an elegant close and transition those receiverships to a board, so that they can either continue based on the good work that you've done, or make other decisions about what's in the best interest of the school. And so it sounds like from the report you've given us, and really appreciate you providing a written report, because it helped. I know it helped me and my colleagues follow along with what you were reporting to us. Sounds like, based on your written report, that you have a strong plan in place to make that transition. And it sounds like you've taken some thoughtful steps of thinking about what's going to be a part of your renewal application when you and potentially a board submit that to us in the fall.
Thank you, Chairman Quinosso. And I just would just close by thanking everyone on the board and the staff. Again, this has not been an easy process on either front, and even with Argent, with the closure of that school, I know it doesn't feel like a success to some, but closing a school that needs to be closed is actually important work too, and I actually would consider that to be, as big a success as the work that we're doing with Quest. So just a kind of a point that's been sticking with me as we've had this conversation. But really, I can't thank you enough for all the support that you've given me and guidance, and I look forward to continuing to report back and quickly winding up the receivership part of this work, and hopefully we'll be able to figure out the path for Quest so that it can stay open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, that'll close agenda item number 7. Let's see, what time are we at right now? It's 11:18. I think we've got some time before. I think we got some time to take some additional agenda items before lunch. What we'll do is we'll plan on, we've got more than we'll be able to get done before lunch, but we'll plan on taking lunch. We'll do a hard stop at noon. Does that sound good to everybody on the board? All right, great. So let's move on to agenda item number 8. This will be the Nevada Connections Academy quarterly update. Staff and school leadership will provide the authority board with an update regarding Nevada Connections Academy's high school. Director of Authorizing, Mr. Moderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the authority. This item is going to be, I think, divided into 2 parts. Mr. McBride, or Dr. McBride, excuse me, will speak to the third quarter operations metrics as called for in the CURE document from 2017 for the high school. And he's also going to update the board on the implementation of the Nevada Connections Improvement Plan for the elementary school, which was accepted by this body with conditions in August of 2018. And then following his report, I'll make some brief remarks on behalf of staff related to the elementary school improvement plan. So you should have a PowerPoint next to this item, and I see it's up and for everyone to see. So I'll turn it over to Dr. McBride to make his presentation.
Chris McBride, Superintendent, Nevada Connections Academy, for the record. Moving on to the second slide, if we could. Thank you. So our first semester course pass rates have increased in the core subject areas, ranging anywhere from 1 to 10% across the board. And right now, our current graduation rate prediction is between 60 and 68%. It seems like a wide range, being so close to the end of the school year, really being at the end of the school year. But there's so many things that can be done between now and the end of the summer that impacts that graduation rate, hence the wide range, but definitely moving in the right direction. Moving on to our elementary school, our first semester pass rates in core subjects areas are as follows. ELA 88%, social studies 85%, math 87%, and science 83%. As I mentioned in the second quarter reporting, we do expect that our more rigorous curricula in social studies and science will lead to higher CRT SBAC pass rates, as well as fifth grade science CRT pass rates. The second semester pass rates aren't quite calculated yet and will be presented in the Q4 report. And just wanted to highlight again the number of contacts that we make with families face-to-face via live lessons with students, phone calls with families. You can see total just between January and about the middle of May, we've had about 95,000 contacts with our families. That is kindergarten through 12th grade. I'm not going to go ahead and go through and read all those numbers, but just want to go ahead and present those. Before I talk about our current attendance rates, Mr. Herrick suggested that maybe I give the board some preliminary figures on our calculations for our test participation rates this year. I wasn't initially going to report them because obviously they have not been confirmed by the Department of Education at this point, but our test participation rates by our calculation are up significantly this year. In high school, we are quite confident that we've met the ACT participation rate. We think we actually have achieved 100% participation rate in the ACT this year, even though we're not reporting specifically on middle school today, but I will say we do believe that we've met the participation rate in all 22 categories that are figured in the middle school. And in elementary school, by our calculations, it looks like we've met the participation rate in 21 out of the 22 categories. And the one category that we didn't make it, I don't recall exactly if it was ELA or math, but it looks like we missed with special population students by about a fifth of a student. Again, of course, these are preliminary numbers that have not been confirmed by the NDE. Moving on to the slide that you're looking at now. Thank you. As I mentioned in the second quarter meeting, we have further refined and improved our more effective attendance and truancy process. In addition, NDE has changed the rules a little bit that have benefited schools as well. So in 17 and 18, you can see that overall our chronic absenteeism rate was at 28.7%, and overall it has dropped to 12.37%. In elementary school, it's gone from 20% down to about 9%. And in high school, it has gone from about 32.5% last year to about 12.6% this year. And NDE rules have nothing to do with average daily attendance, but that has improved from about 92.2% to about 95.5%. And then, as I mentioned before, previously to this board, engaging with parents and families and students is something that is obviously very important to us. So I just wanted to highlight a few of events that we've had in the month of May. We did have a Reno Education Day at the Aces Ballpark with about 100 students and families that attended. We had end-of-year celebrations with students and families in both Reno and Las Vegas. We've held 3rd, 5th, and 8th grade promotion ceremonies in both Reno and Las Vegas, and we're very much looking forward to our high school graduation in Reno on Monday, June 3rd, and in Las Vegas the day after. That is the conclusion of my formal report at this time.
Thank you, Dr. McBride, for that report. Are there any questions from any board member? Okay. I don't have any questions. It sounds like you're working hard and trying to turn around the performance of the students in your school. So applaud you for your efforts, for sure. What's the next step, Mr. Herrick? Where are we at in this process in terms of the reporting and then upcoming renewal and all that?
Director Moldison can answer this probably better, but I believe I don't know where they're at with the reporting. And then the renewal process will start this summer in June next month, with the renewal application being submitted in October, which is just after the release of the star ratings in September. And then, typically we bring those recommendations before the board in November. So, Director Moderson?
Yeah, Mark Motorson for the record. So yes, that's correct. And we will be working with all schools, and I'll talk about this in a future agenda item regarding renewal and our processes related to that. Mr. Chair, if I can, I want to just touch on a couple things related to Dr. McBride's presentation, if I may.
Yes, please.
So I just want the authority board to understand that we've been working hand in hand with Dr. McBride in terms of monitoring the school's progress against the conditions approved with the elementary school plan. Obviously, we felt this was particularly important given the school at the elementary, middle school, and high school is a 1-star. And I do want this body to know that the school appears to have made progress in relation to some of the concerns I shared during our last update. You recall me stating on at least 2 occasions that staff had pretty grave concerns regarding the implementation of the plan, but I do want, again, this body to know that since our last report, it does appear that trainings and PLCs appear to be occurring now and in recent history as presented in the plan, and professional development has occurred as outlined in the plan since my last report. This won't come as a surprise to Dr. McBride, but I think our biggest concerns still center around some of the learning coach trainings as called for in the plan. We've been actively working with the school to understand these. And again, I want to acknowledge my appreciation for Dr. McBride and his staff for providing a lot of detailed information. We've attended quite a few of these over 6 to 8 months. And at this point, we don't have really much, if any, evidence to show these are well attended. We also can't say that the content of those trainings has consistently matched the descriptions of those sessions. Most of the trainings we've observed and participated in are orientation and open Q&A and fall short of what really the content that was presented in the plan. It's not really coalescing, if you will. And I've been really transparent with Dr. McBride about these issues on a number of occasions. So I just want the authority to understand that the school does appear to be on track to satisfy the conditions. We have some concerns about the execution of the plan. I can't say that we've been overly impressed, but they are checking the box, and we appreciate their candor and transparency in working with staff along this. And I think, Mr. Chair, in relation to your question, and we made clear about this with the school in the past, it's worth restating the proof of the plan will come when the data is final. So we will have a really strong sense of how well this plan is working when we receive data, preliminary data in August and final data in September. I think that's an important reminder. And again, as the authority is aware, the charter contract for the school expires at the end of the 1920 school year. And so staff is not optimistic that the school would be rated as a 3-star school by the fall, based on the current information we have available. And so we will be engaging with the school regarding the renewal process. We've already talked about it on a number of occasions, but we will continue to work with the school through the as we receive final data regarding the plan and as we begin to have an eye on renewal. So I think that hopefully answers your question, Mr. Chair, but I just wanted to have those comments on the record so that if there are any questions, I'm obviously happy to answer them, but I think they're important.
Yeah, thank you for that input. And I think we're having a meeting with the school in a couple weeks, sometime late June. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
When we have that meeting, Mr. McBride, do you anticipate that your board will be considering kind of options for renewal? I know we've talked about like focusing on what you all do best and maybe contracting a little bit, and not having an elementary school or things that we've talked about those ideas, but I'm not sure, where you all are at in your process of looking at the future of your school and what is what you're able to accomplish, what you're not able to accomplish in terms of both renewal and then being able to meet standards after renewal.
Dr. McBride, for the record, we are going to have an agenda item in our June board meeting, which is prior to our meeting, where the board is going to have a discussion that will involve what type of renewal package we might want to submit depending on, the results from the NSPF this year. So that discussion will happen in that board meeting, and I'm sure we will be happy to report out, what is discussed in that board meeting in regards to that.
Okay. Well, we look forward to having further conversations over the summer as you all consider what your renewal application might look like. So that's great.
Thank you very much.
Anything else from staff? Any board member that have any question or comment?
Mr. Chair, Member Moulton, for the record.
Yes, please.
Just a quick comment. I appreciate the candidness of staff working with Dr. McBride. Just remind me of the total number of students that you have, Dr. McBride.
Yes, we currently have about 3,700 students enrolled. That does fluctuate quite a bit, and I would anticipate that we would probably start the school year lower than that, but hard to say, but currently about 3,700 students.
And just a follow-up, how many of those are in elementary school?
About 1,000 of them.
Thank you. Just a comment that's going through my mind that that's an awful lot of students, depending on how the re-up of the contract goes. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments from any other board member? Okay. Well, thanks for the report, Dr. McBride, and we look forward to, like I said, further conversations over the summer.
Thank you. I look forward to it as well.
Thank you. All right. That'll close agenda item number 8. Let's see. All right, 11:30. Let's go ahead and open up agenda item number 9. This will be the time when we discuss Nevada Virtual Academy. First part of our discussion will be with regard to the elementary school pursuant to a stipulated agreement between the SPCSA and Nevada Virtual Academy. School leadership is here to provide the board with its quarterly update and information related to the progress toward the closure of Nevada Virtual Academy's elementary school at the end of this academic school year. Executive Director Fiden.
Thank you. So again, 2 parts here. First, we're going to be talking about the elementary school. Mr. Moterson will be providing some introductory comments regarding this presentation.
Yes, thank you, Director Fiden. Members of the authority, just quick framing before I turn it over to the school. The board will recall that Nevada Virtual's elementary school was rated as a 2-star for every school year between 2012 to 2016 and a 1-star for the 16-17 school year. We entered into a stipulated agreement that included some benchmarks that could result in potential closure of the elementary school. And in September, the elementary school received a 1-star rating. And pursuant to those conditions, the elementary school will be closing at the end of this school year. So the school was tasked with providing reports based upon agreed upon performance metrics to be used to inform their board and provide the authority with updates. And the Nevada Virtual Leadership Team are here today to speak to these metrics, and you have a PowerPoint that was included as a part of your materials that is also being broadcast for you. I want to note that Dr. Hamilton and her team and myself have had more frequent conversations regarding the closure of the elementary school, and I appreciate the school's candor and transparency, and generally speaking, I think they're making progress in the closure process. It's never easy, but it takes a team effort, and I appreciate their willingness to keep the authority staff apprised of their progress. The plan is for those conversations to likely continue at least through the early part of the summer to make sure everything is wrapped up accordingly. And so with that concludes my remarks. Mr. Chair, happy to turn over to you or the board for any remarks before the school presents.
Okay, well, why don't we, since the school leaders are here to give their presentation with regard to the elementary school, why don't we hear from the school?
Thank you, Chair Quinasso, members of the board, Executive Director Fiden, Director Mortensen. My name is Andre Denson. I'm the K-8 principal from Nevada Virtual Academy. With me here today are Assistant Principal April Heitke and Director Ben Gerhardt.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I just want to note for the record that Member Corbett just stepped out. So I just want the record to reflect he left at 11:34, sorry.
Thank you.
I will continue with the presentation. The PowerPoint's in front of you. This is our Q4 reporting for our elementary school, our K program through our 5th grade program. The first thing we wanted to share today was our math results. And these are our final map results from spring 2019. We did share out the winter map results the last time we presented, and we shared our fall map results when we presented back in October. And we looked at the growth and the projected growth of our students based on this map data. So in front of you, and I'm not going to read it for you, we have kindergarten through 5th grade programs with over 46% of our students meeting their math growth potential. And that is in overall. Then you have the math and ELA broken out separately for those individual grade levels as well. The other thing we wanted to report on is our retention rate and number of students that could be retained or may be retained based on their academic progress and lack thereof. And the next PowerPoint just gives a number of students in each grade level that is going to be retained this school year based on lack of academic progress. If a grade level is not listed there, that means there were no retentions. So as you see in kindergarten, we had 2 out of 102 kindergartners that will be retained this school year. And in first grade, 3, fifth grade, 1. And knowing that we will not have an elementary school next year, we're working very closely with those families to make sure we communicate not only with their going school, the school they're going to, but make sure they have all the information and data so they have a smooth transition with that retention, which is always difficult anyway, but at the same time that we work with these schools that they're going to be attending next school year. We're excited that the teachers and the students worked very hard to make sure that we can have higher numbers of retention there as well. Another metrics that was that we want to present are withdrawals for the school year. Understanding the school is closing, understanding that we have a transient population, the number of withdrawals is always something we want to monitor and continue to work with. And so you can see the different quarters of withdrawal and the numbers for those students. In this last quarter, when we started the quarter in April, we had over 399 elementary school students with 6 withdrawals up until May 15th. We closed out that around May 15th in order to have this presentation available. And so we had a low withdrawal rate. Currently, we have 390 elementary school students that ended the school year with us last week. And the last metric, one of the last metrics we'd like to present on is the absenteeism rate. We continue to reduce that based on last year's, in comparison to last year's data. You can look at the different grade levels that have the chronic absenteeism, which gives an overall absenteeism rate through March 1st, that was the quarter 3 reporting, since we didn't have a chance to report that, was at 6%. And then at the end of May 1st, which we ran our last data report, it was at 7.1%, still below the 10.5% rate that we had last school year. We're excited that we continue to drop that chronic absenteeism and make sure those students are engaged and following with them and their families as well. One of the things we overemphasized this year is our students being ready to demonstrate their academic excellence this school year with SBAC testing and continue to make progress. So our Be a Star initiative was very well received by our students in elementary school, and we had extra initiatives in place to make sure they had daily prep sessions, after school supports, instructional focus continued throughout the school year to make sure they understand that we want them to demonstrate what they know and demonstrate their successes as well. We're happy to state that all of our participation rates were very high for our elementary school students, understanding that the school was closing, understanding that students would be moving elsewhere. Our families made extra initiatives to make sure their students were tested. So we want to provide you with our data with regard to participation rates. Of course, it has to be validated by the state of Nevada, but we've audited our data as much as possible, and we're happy to report that over 99% overall, but in different subcategories was 100%. The category of IEP was probably our lowest rate at 96%. And of course, that number was small, so one student will make a difference there. But we wanted to make sure we did get to the 95% rate. And that's our data with regard to participation rates, of course, to be validated by the state of Nevada as well. Part of our closure activities, which is very important to us, to make sure we constantly communicate with our families and constantly provide information to our families as they transition from Nevada Virtual Academy to whatever school they will be attending next year. We held our third elementary school closure meeting on May 15th to discuss closure timelines once again, a communication plan, what our plan is for our families, who's our point of contact. So if families have questions, who they could contact immediately that can answer all their questions, enrollment options, and tracking student movement so we can move data and information to said schools. That was our third one. We had other ones in January. We do plan to have 2 more, one on June 11th, which will be a face-to-face meeting for families in Southern Nevada who could attend that, and we'll have one on June 27th, which will be a virtual meeting for any family that can attend throughout the state of Nevada. To continue that communication, let them know we're here throughout the school year and assist them with their closure. We did provide all of our families with a survey in which we asked them to let us know what school they plan on attending if we haven't gotten that data. Thankfully, our staff gets a lot of data through Infinite Campus. When a student withdraws or enrolls in another school, it's sent to us anyway, and we track that and send out the information. But we want to keep track of it as well if this family hasn't made a decision. So over 1/3 of our families have participated in this survey and given us information where they plan to attend. We're excited about that. We will update that survey again on our June 11th meeting and again after the June 27th meeting.
Chair, can I ask a question here, please?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Shouldn't they be enrolled already in the new school?
It depends on the family. Some families are waiting on information from a charter school if they've applied for a charter school. Some families may be in transit. So it really depends on the family if they want to enroll. If they're rolling back into a public school, be it Elko County School District, Washoe County, or Clark County, it's their neighborhood school, they can enroll now all the way up until August.
And so you said so 1/3 has let you know. Do you know how many do you know through Infinite Campus?
Yes, we also get that data as well. So if a school requests data from us, in other words,
how many is that?
Currently, when I checked with the operations department, it was about 95 students have done that so far, which is not unusual for this time of year because usually they're closing out the school year versus starting the next school year. We expect that number to increase dramatically starting in June and then most definitely through July.
Okay, thanks.
And that does conclude our presentation. So most definitely any questions at this point in time. Okay, with Chair Guanasso.
Yes, thank you for your presentation and for your hard work over the last year of continuing to serve the students to the best of your abilities, given the fact that there was an imminent closure at the end of the year. It appears that your diligence has benefited the students as they close out the school year from the reporting you've given us. So thank you for that. The only thing I was wondering about, and this kind of dovetails with Member Luna's question, is do we know where the kids are going? Are they choosing other virtual programs, or are they going to other public school options in the communities where they reside?
Thank you for that question. Andre Denson for the record. Yes, based on our survey results, and I gotta give you a copy of them. I didn't bring them today. I apologize about that. I think more than 1/3 of them, of the 103 that have 100 that have responded, over 1/3 of them have stated they'll be attending another virtual school in Nevada. The other 1/3 will be looking at going back to their other public school, if you will. There are Clark County, Washoe County, Elko County school. And the other 1/3, we're looking at other charter options that exist throughout the state of Nevada.
Thank you for that. Do any other board members have any questions or comments?
Chair, this is Nora. I have one other question. How are you evaluating your fidelity to the improvement plan? And yeah, I guess.
The elementary improvement plan, that consists, thank you for that question. That consists of a couple of things. One, we'll take the chronic absenteeism, which is part of the elementary improvement plan. We look at the numbers and the data. As Director Morrison said, the data will tell if we're showing success in our improvement plan or not. So we looked at our chronic absenteeism rates. With regard to the academics, we looked at 2 points. One was MAP scores and MAP data over time. And we evaluated that based on not only grade level, but based on teacher performance. So every teacher MAP scores were analyzed with regard to how they were growing. And we looked at it from that standpoint. And the other academic point that we look at is student success rates in their classes. In other words, what kind of grade and progress they're making throughout the school year, not just one snapshot on MAP scores, but throughout the school year as well.
Are you doing anything about the process part of it though? Because like if you're implementing if you're only measuring the results, are you doing, the plan that you said you were going to do, or are you doing something different to get those results?
No, we're doing the plan we said we were going to do about a year and a half ago. I think that was about a year and a half ago. It seemed like a long year, so if it's shorter than that, I apologize. We are implementing that with fidelity. So part of the steps to get to those end results are professional development, after-school activities, support mechanisms. We most definitely did implement those this school year, even knowing that the school was going to come to an end of this school year. But we were excited that our staffs remained solid and in place and wanted to continue to improve as professionals.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Member Moulton.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I appreciate how you've handled this. What about your staff? I wonder, are they headed to other educational institutions, many of them virtual, or are you helping them in some way to transition as well?
Thank you. Audrey Gibson for the record. Thank you for that question, most definitely. And not only did we could have talked about transition staff as well, because we had over 20 elementary staff members that had to figure out what they were going to do. So we've been working hard with them to see what their plans were. Thankfully, a lot of them applied to come back and teach in our middle school, and we were excited about that. And so we hired a good number back into our middle school. We had openings that they could teach in. A lot of them have returned to the Clark County School District where they came from, either on a leave of absence or going to do something different. Some other ones have decided not to teach. They're just going to stay home and relax with their families and figure out the next step. And so we have worked with them over the last couple of years. I think all of them were pretty much hoping that we would find a way to rejuvenate the elementary school. We made it very clear that they need to look at other opportunities, and we're here to help them with that. And so we did.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments from any other board member? Going to the points made about the transition plan, both with regard to the students and staff. The next time you come back to give your report, maybe we could focus most of our discussion on how that transition has gone, with statistics about where the kids enrolled and how that enrollment went, as well as with regard to the staff. And then I think what I'd like to do is look at the plan that you presented to us last November and December and the results of that plan, only for purposes of allowing us as a board to learn kind of what that process of transitioning a school that's closing, what that process looks like. Because I think you've done a good job of laying out a plan, executing the plan, and now I'd like to, and then we'd like to look at those results. I think that will help us when we make future decisions regarding school closures and what an effective plan looks like. And so if you wouldn't mind in your next report really focusing on the transition of the kids and the staff, that would help us out quite a bit.
Thank you, Chair Gronowski. We will make sure we will do that. And on behalf of Dr. Hamilton, who could not be here today, she most definitely is looking forward to presenting that at the next meeting.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, hearing no other questions or comments, we'll go ahead and move on to the next part of our agenda, which is agenda item 9B. This will be the time when we talk about the Nevada Virtual Academy's middle and high school. SPSA staff and school leadership are going to provide the authority board with an update regarding Nevada Virtual Academy's renewed charter school contract related to its middle and high schools, and any potential litigation related to Nevada Virtual Academy's renewed charter school contract. Executive Director Fiden.
Thank you. Mr. Herrick is going to provide some background regarding this item before we turn it over to the school for any comments.
Good morning, Ryan Herrick for the record. So I just wanted to provide the board with a brief update regarding Nevada Virtual's middle and high school renewed charter contract. And just for background, I'll do two things here. I'll kind of let you know how we got here, and then I'll also let you know where we're at. So you just heard the presentation from the school leaders regarding the elementary school. And you'll recall last year in 2018, the authority initiated contract school termination proceedings against Nevada Virtual Academy. That resulted in the stipulated agreement that is now resulting in the closure of the elementary school at the end of the 2018-19 school year. The other thing that stipulated agreement said is if the elementary school was to close, Nevada Virtual Academy's renewal application would only include its middle and high school. So you'll recall last fall what Nevada Virtual Academy submitted to renew its charter contract was an application only related to its middle and high school. You'll remember November 30th of 2018, this board approved that renewal application with a number of conditions. Following that board meeting, contract negotiations or contract drafting began with the school representatives. And then to bring you up to where we're at today, Nevada Virtual Academy retained some new lawyers in April, and then at their May board meeting, they purportedly authorized those lawyers to initiate litigation against the charter school authority. I've been in discussion with the lawyers for the last month or so, and the primary concerns, there were a number of conditions that the board placed into that renewed charter contract, and the main conditions are the two-year consecutive two-year benchmarks for both the middle and the high school. And those conditions were that if the middle or the high school received less than a 3-star rating for any 2 consecutive years during the term of the renewed charter contract, that the middle or the high school respectively would close at the end of that school year. Particularly in regard to the middle school, because for the 2017-2018 school year, the middle school had already received a 2-star rating. That was incorporated into the contract. So those 2 issues two issues that are connected seem to be the issues that Nevada Virtual Academy has with the renewed contract. So again, I've been having a number of discussions. You've seen the letters between the lawyers that are posted online. And then Director Fiden and I have a meeting set up with the school leaders and some of the Nevada Virtual board members and the new lawyers for next week to kind of continue to discuss their concerns. So I'll conclude my remarks with kind of with 2 points. The first is our concern. Nevada Virtual Academy's current charter contract expires June 29th of 2019, so less than 30 days from now. This is a fairly unusual and unique situation to have a school this close to the expiration of their charter contract, having not executed one, so that causes us some concern. The second point that I'll close on is, if I understand the concerns from the school correctly, it's the potential that the middle school, Nevada Virtual Academy's middle school, will not hit a 3-star rating for the 2018-19 school year. And the proposal or the discussions that we've been having have in large part from SPCSA staff's perspective at least, revolved around we're unsure why there's a necessity to do anything until those ratings come out in September, this coming September. And as you saw at the end of my letter that's posted online and was provided to you, the middle school had an index score last year of about 40 index points. They incurred a 9-point participation penalty, meaning absent the participation penalty, they would have been a point from a 3-star status. The school, in at least 2 board meetings, and they intimated it earlier today, believes that they've hit the participation mark on the SBAC testing. So if that's true, and if the middle school is currently on a downward trend, but if they stay the same as last year and improve any incremental improvement, they should hit that that 50 benchmark. And if that is the issue that the school has, from my seat, I'm unclear why litigation or any action is necessary until those ratings come out in the fall. And again, the school may continue its downward trend, the middle school may, and it may not hit a 50 index score. And if that's the case, we can litigate this out next fall. But again, the concern at this stage is with less than 30 days to go before the expiration of their current charter contract, that's a significant issue for us. And so again, kind of some of the discussions have revolved with the school in terms of, execute the contract that this board approved in November, reserve all your rights. Let's see what happens when the ratings come out this fall. And if you hit a 50, it doesn't seem like there's much to fight about. If you don't hit the 50 benchmark, then we can litigate it. So that's kind of where we're at. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Herrick? Okay, hearing none, what I'd like to do is ask the school, why don't we have a signed contract?
So this is Ryan Herrick. We can't see on the camera, but I'm not sure if the school representatives are here or not.
This is Ben Gerhardt. The school representative and board members are not here.
Hang on just a second, Mr. Gerhardt. So as the board saw last night, and it was just posted an hour or so ago. So I've been in discussions with new counsel for the school for, like I said, over a month. And a number of those discussions had revolved around, the attendance at this meeting, their presentation, what my presentation would look like. I have both verbally and in writing invited both the new lawyers, school representatives, board members to this board meeting to make whatever presentation they want. As you saw from the letter last night, and again, it's posted online, I was informed last night, had a telephone conference with the lawyers about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon that they would not be attending today. And to be transparent with the board, I was somewhat surprised by that. Like I said, a number of discussions had related to this being on the agenda. We hadn't really had any substantive discussions about what the presentation might look like, but we had discussions about even moving this agenda item back to accommodate one of the lawyers flying in from Southern California. So it was a bit of surprise to me yesterday. Having said that, from my seat, and my guess is some of the board members feel differently about this, is it's quite a turn of events for me, because historically some of our schools that have been subject to accountability measures have complained about notice, having an opportunity to speak, having an opportunity to present the board with their side of the story. And so for a school to decline an invitation to speak is unusual. I don't think it's ever happened since I've been with the authority. Having said that, from my seat, and again, my guess is some of the board members feel differently, I don't have an issue with it. The school was offered the opportunity to speak. If the school doesn't want to, that's fine with me. And again, Director Fiden and I are meeting with school representatives next week. But again, I think it's not, there's no requirement that the school show up at these meetings. I think there's an expectation, which this school is well aware of. But I also, again, from a legal perspective, there's not an issue for me. I just think it's a missed opportunity for the school to air their concerns, discuss it with the board, and field any questions. So that was the decision that the school made, and if Mr. Gerhardt or any other school representatives would like to answer any questions, they can, but given the litigation posture of this matter and the letter that I received last night, I certainly don't think that any of the folks that showed up at the meeting to talk about the elementary school are obligated to talk about the middle or the high school.
All right. Well, I'm just looking at the letter that was posted, and you're right, Mr. Herrick. There's nothing that would require NVVA's representatives with regard to the middle and high school renewal contract to be here. We certainly provide the opportunity for them to discuss with us what's going on. And I just remind everyone, especially the lawyers, the lawyer here at this dais, as well as the lawyer that's now representing NVVA, that the decision makers with regard to the contract are this board and the governing board for NVVA. And the only time that we have to communicate without violating the open meeting law are in these meetings. And so when you think about like who ultimately makes the decision on, whether a contract term is going to be required or not required, that decision rests with this board. And if there were some objection to a contract provision, I would expect the school board to come to this board and say, hey, we know that you approved the contract renewal with conditions. We have a problem with this condition, and here's why. And then that would have given our board the opportunity to consider your concerns and make some adjustments. But by not showing up here and explaining that, you have excluded us from that part of the conversation. And that's certainly Nevada Virtual's right to do that. But I think it is a mistake and a missed opportunity because, we agreed to renew the contract with your school. And if there was some problem with the contract, I would expect the school to come and talk to us and not just send us a letter from their attorney and expect us to respond to that without hearing from the school board. Because again, it's not the attorneys that decide these issues, it's the boards, the respective boards that decide these issues. So, so that's my only frustration really with folks not coming, and they certainly don't have to, but it stunts the process. And here's the risk now that you're facing, and I think you need to take this back to the decision makers on this, is that if there is no contract signed by the end of the month, then there is no NVVA. Do you understand that? I mean, I hope you understand that. And if there's no contract, that means that there's no school. And if there's no school, that means we have to figure out how to transition all of your middle school and all of your high school to other schools by next school year. And we have to do that in roughly 6 weeks. That seems like an irresponsible posture for the school to take, given there are so many students that would be affected. And let me just say one other thing, because I know you all can't speak to the legal issues, but maybe the people who are making these legal decisions will hear what I'm having to say. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that you sue us, and you sue us over the idea that some condition that we've imposed in the renewal is unlawful based on the letter that was sent to us making that allegation. Let's assume that you're right, okay, that you go to the court says, yeah, your board, the SPCSA board, does not have a right to negotiate the terms of a contract, including conditions regarding performance. What's going to happen is that contract will then be invalidated. It'll get sent back to us as a board, and then we're going to have to decide, do we give you a standard contract without conditions, or do we not renew you at all, right? So if you win, what you've won is the opportunity for the board to reconsider the renewal decision based on the fact that we have to either accept a standard contract or not renew at all. And for my vote, I was the swing vote. I want you to remember that, that voted in favor of the renewal. If I have to vote on a contract that doesn't have these conditions, then my vote is going to be to not renew. And so hopefully your legal counsel will think through those issues, listen to our legal counsel with regard to the plan going forward, and we'll have an executed contract. If we don't have an executed contract, this board may need to meet for emergency meeting and compel your board to attend so that we can figure out what the transition plan is for those kids who won't have a school for the next academic school year. And with that, I'll take any comments from the school if you can make any. You may not be able to make any, and I understand the reasons why.
Yeah, this is Ben Gerhardt for the record. Once again, I'm not legal counsel, so I can't speak. I'm not authorized to discuss this legal matter. We were just here for the elementary closing plan, so I apologize for that. But yeah, I think our council has accepted and will confirm the date and time in the near future.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please, Member Moulton.
I know that you have just explained the seriousness, very seriousness of this consequences. And I guess it goes back to my membership on a board of a charter school. And I don't know that I always realize those things. And I think I just will reiterate the importance of professional development for our board members. I mean, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe all the board members understood and realized what the consequences were of not being here, but I think that there's a lot of naivety, being naive about being on a board. And I share that because I think that although we don't have a responsibility, I think that it behooves us, and I know that CSAN's working hard too, to make sure that board members realize what they're getting into financially and the risk of these children. I mean, there's thousands of children that are now, affected if something happens to that contract. So I just had to bear those feelings.
Mr. Herrick, I believe you were invited to attend their board meeting a couple weeks ago. Is that right? And that's when they voted to approve litigation. Do you want to comment on that for Member Moulton's benefit?
I did attend their May, the Nevada Virtual May meeting where they authorized litigation against the SPCSA. The new law firm was retained in April, I believe. But other than authorizing litigation, there was not much said at that meeting, but I wouldn't expect there would be either.
And when you sent the letters, or I know you gave plenty of opportunity for them to understand that they could come here and present. And I know, correct me if I'm wrong, haven't I said in previous meetings to the board, to the schools, whenever their contract is an issue or there's some issue with performance, that I expect the board chair or vice chair to be present? I think I've said that almost every time for the last year. And the reason why is because it's the board that holds the contract. And I've told them that. I've said, you all hold the contract. You're the ones that are responsible to be here to answer for it, not your EMO, not your attorney, the board, because it's ultimately the board that's accountable. And I agree, Member Moulton, if the message, if people aren't hearing what I have to say with regard to the importance of board members being at these meetings to be accountable for what their school and what their agents are doing or saying, then maybe you're right. There needs to be some additional layer of training for these board members so that they understand the seriousness of the job that they're tasked to do, because it's, they're stewarding public money and they're stewarding our kids. and to not show up for a meeting like this and discuss with us what their issues are with the contract, and to not sign a contract that they know we've approved, and to threaten litigation, knowing that even if they win in litigation, that they're going to have to come back to this board for us to consider whether we're going to renew a contract without conditions, I just think is patently irresponsible on their part, and it puts a lot of kids at risk.
So this is Ryan Herrick again, happy to take any questions, but to just kind of bookend this. So again, meeting scheduled next week with the school leaders, the board and whatnot. And then, the hope is at our June meeting, which I think is a few days before the expiration of the current charter. Of course, I'll have a report back. And again, I don't think we would need to call an emergency meeting, but there is a potential if something were to happen that there would be a special meeting, during June to discuss this issue. But again, the big concern is they're less than 30 days out at this point. And again, if they want to file suit, in June, that's fine. I just think given, that a lot of indicators point to the school meeting the benchmark that they're objecting to, it seems wasteful to litigate those issues out before we know what the star ratings are this fall.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick, for that. And I don't know, I'm thinking about the idea that they would approve a lawsuit. Being an attorney, and maybe that's a disability sitting in this chair, but I'm trying to imagine a scenario where a court would tell this agency, which is responsible for reviewing, approving, and renewing contracts, that in the process of negotiating a contract that we couldn't impose conditions relative to school performance, especially given the track record of inconsistent performance of this particular school. In my experience, courts typically defer to the administrative agencies that make these sorts of decisions. And so the chances of their success, I think, are pretty slim. But again, even if they do succeed, all that means is that the conditions we've imposed can't be in the contract, and we're going to be left with the decision as to whether to approve a contract without conditions or to not renew the school at all. And I'll reiterate, for my part, I will not approve a contract without conditions. And so that being said, if somebody would either take take this video clip and send it to the attorneys and to the board so they can hear exactly what I had to say on this issue, or transcribe what we've had to say on this issue so that they're clear about, at least, for me as the chair, and for, I think, Member Moulton speaking, about her concerns, I think they need to understand where we stand as a board, and that if litigation is their choice, that they're doing so at their own peril, and that we'll stand behind our decision and support our staff. So with that, are there any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and close this agenda item. We'll go ahead and take a lunch break as well. We'll take an hour. We'll come back at 1:15. Give us a full hour for lunch. It's the first time in my tenure I think I've allowed for a full hour for lunch. And so we'll see you at 1:15.
Thank you.
Good business. Well, I hope everybody had a good lunch. Let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order. We had just, when we left, we had completed agenda item number 9. And we're now going to go ahead and open up agenda item number 10. This will be the time for SPCSA staff reports. This will be the time when the SPCSA staff will provide the authority board with updates regarding the executive director report, the authorizing team report, the school support team report, finance and operations team report, and legal. Executive Director Fiden.
Thank you. So we're going to start with the U.S. News and World Report item here. And I want to, as most of you know, U.S. News and World Report annually publishes a list of the best high schools in the country and in each state. And we want to take a moment to recognize and celebrate Coral Academy of Science Las Vegas, which was ranked 7th in Nevada and 855th nationally. In addition, their school in Washoe County also was on the top 10. So we're very excited to have 2 charter schools in that top 10 list. Executive Director Erdan, you're here today. Congratulations to you and your team. If you'd like to come up and say anything, we'd be glad to have you share any highlights from your school.
Dear Chair and members of the board and staff, thank you very much for recognizing this distinguished recognition. This is like, I think, 3rd or 4th year we are getting recognized in the top 10 in the state and nationally. Our goal is to make the gold medal. Still, we are in the silver medal. And I'm accepting this recognition on behalf of our hardworking staff and hardworking students. Thank you very much.
Way to go. And Chair Gonasso, if there's anything that the board would like to add at this time, we can pause here as well.
Well, congratulations to Coral Academy. They're always one of the leaders in our portfolio, and we're grateful for the national recognition that they've received. And I used up a lot of my words this morning reprimanding low-performing schools. So I apologize for that, but I will just say that it's a pleasure seeing hardworking educators achieve results on behalf or with the children that they're serving, and we're proud of the work that they're doing. And I hope that Erjan, that you take our gratitude back to your staff and your educators and to your students, and let them know how proud we are of them.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else have any comments? All right, well, again, we appreciate all the work you're doing, Erjan, and your team is doing. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much. And also, I want to invite the members, especially here in Vegas, to our graduation at the UNLV Artemis Hall this Monday at 4:30 p.m. And that is one of our great group of the students, cohort. And we have got accepted to some Ivy Leagues like MIT and some other colleges like Tufts and George Washington and USC. And mostly actually UNLV and UNR also. We have got a very good group of students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Moving on a similar note, this year there were 3 state public charter school authority sponsored schools that were identified as governor designated STEM schools. These are schools that were selected for demonstrating exemplary performance in STEM. And for those of you that don't know it, STEM is an acronym used to say science, technology, engineering, and math. I think I got that right. These schools meet the highest standards of STEM instruction and are models for schools around the state. So we want to take a moment to congratulate Oasis Academy, Pinecrest Academy Cadence, and Pinecrest Academy St. Rose. And I believe we've got someone from Pinecrest here. Is that right?
That's right.
We'd love to have you come up.
I'm sorry. I'm representing both campuses today.
Perfect. Great.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brittany and I'm representing the Pinecrest Academy campuses that are being mentioned today. I'm speaking on behalf of the 2 principals, Lucy Keaton and Jessica Lanieve, and just saying thank you for the recognition for our efforts this year. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Congratulations.
And Vice Chair McAdoo, your school was also identified. So again, congratulations to you and your team. And if there's anything you'd like to share about your work, we'd love to invite that.
No, just thank you for taking the time to recognize all these great schools doing this great work.
For one of the non-educators on the board, could somebody just explain a little bit more about the significance of the designation? I know it's a big deal, but I don't know that I fully appreciate why it's a big deal. Could you help me understand that?
Well, it's quite a process that we go through, and we've been kind of going through it all throughout this school year, this past school year, starting at the beginning of the year. It's a multi-step process where we have to present the governor's office with kind of our plan. And it's a 5-year rollout plan, but we're just in kind of the infancy stages of it. We have been a STEM school, so it's focused on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics for a long time, but we're really putting a higher emphasis on that now. It is something that we've received really great feedback from the governor's office about things that we can do to kind of propel ourselves to the next level of being a STEM school. So we're just really excited about doing that. But again, it is a multi-step process, and we're just kind of celebrating the fact that we made this first level, and we're going to continue working as a system, a Pinecrest system, to kind of get to that next level and really continue to celebrate the successes of our school, and especially looking at our high school and the CTE courses and the dual enrollment courses that we are kind of going toward, that really celebrate that STEM focus, that STEM emphasis. So it's, work in progress, but we're really proud.
Well, congratulations on the prestigious designation and the recognition of your hard work, both to the Pinecrest Academy as well as to Oasis. And just like I said for Coral Academy, you really make us proud by the work you're doing, and really kids are clearly benefiting as a result of being part of your program, and that's what we're here for, right? To benefit kids and to serve them well. So congratulations to you all for the recognition for the good work you're doing with the students under your care.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
And Chair Guanasso, if I could just add, science, technology, engineering, and math obviously is of increasing importance in our economy, both in our state and nationally. And so being at the forefront of this work is not only a great thing to be able to celebrate, but it's also really good for the kids who will leave school with a lot of very tangible, useful skills that will serve them well in their future. And so this is just a great thing overall for the schools that we work with, but ultimately for the kids that are served.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for explaining all that to me. Again, I understand legal stuff and I understand accountability when it comes to the education and the designations that you all have and what you're doing. I'm a little bit behind, so I appreciate the extra explanation for me. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So moving on, a couple of other items I'll provide an update on. First, at our last meeting, I shared that one of my priorities was to reach out and meet with leaders of our schools and really to listen and learn from folks both inside of our agency and also the schools the leaders of the schools that we sponsor. Earlier this month, I launched a series of focus groups with charter school leaders and charter school board chairs. The intent of these meetings is really to listen and learn from the people who are on the ground and working directly with kids. And the information that I gather through these meetings, not only are they helping me to build some working knowledge of the schools and the communities we serve, but also I think is an important piece of information to begin collecting as we look forward in our planning process. I look forward, once these are completed, to coming back to the board in June and sharing some of the themes that come out from these meetings. And I also just want to thank all of the school leaders and board chairs that have participated so far. There have been meetings in person here in the South, meetings in person in the North, some virtual meetings for those who the in-person has been hard to get to. 9 meetings held so far. 26 school leaders have participated, and I think 7 board chairs have participated. Both of those parties bring really important vantage points to our work. School leaders are on the ground and they see the day-to-day work. But our board chairs are also, as Chair Guanasso spoke to earlier, they hold the contracts and they ultimately are accountable for the results of our schools. And so both of those parties have brought some very valuable input and insights to the conversation. So I look forward to sharing those themes as we continue forward. I'm glad to answer any questions on that before I move on.
Any questions about that aspect of Director Feiden's report?
Mr. Chair, Member Kerner here.
Yes, please.
Rebecca, I'm assuming that some of the information that you're gathering will be invaluable as we put together our strategic plan. Would you agree?
Absolutely. When I think about the long-term planning, and I frame this in many of my conversations, not only am I new, and this is an opportunity for me to learn about the folks working in our schools, but we're at the beginning of an important planning process. And I see this as the beginning stages of gathering some of that input towards our strategic planning, and anticipate and have told them so that there'll be other opportunities to engage with them as we continue in that planning process. So absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you.
I love the fact that you're going out and engaging people, not just going to, your office, closing yourself away for 48 hours and then unleashing something on everybody and then letting us try to figure out how to deal with the fallout from that. Talking with folks, building consensus, and really understanding that behind every plan and behind every data point are people. Professionals that are working hard to do good things for kids. The fact that now when you're writing that plan, or we're writing that plan together, that we've got those people's faces in our minds as we're thinking about how we're going to execute on the plan, I think is a great step in the right direction. So thank you for making that effort, making that a priority.
Certainly.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment or kind of a question. Are these focus groups, are there more than one school involved? See, I think that's what's important. I think we need to get people together. They should be talking to each other. You learn so much once you gain the knowledge and you share it with something else. So I think that's great that you're getting them together.
Yes, many of them, they were put out for invitation. Attend the ones that you can. Some have been better attended than others. The one I held yesterday, there were at least 9 people in the room with school leaders. So certainly there's a good exchange of ideas. And I've really tried to encourage that you're having a conversation with me, but feel free to have a conversation with each other as well. And I do think one of the themes, I don't want to speak prematurely, but I do think one of the themes that's come up is around opportunities for school leaders or other positions within the schools to engage with each other and to learn from each other. So I agree with that. Okay, I'll move on and provide some information about the State Public Charter School Authority budget for the coming biennium. Our budget has closed, and I'll provide a couple of just highlights from that budget closing. The first is in the governor's recommended budget, there was a request for 4 new positions. The legislature reviewed that and approved 3 of the 4 positions that we had requested and that were recommended by the governor's office. Those positions will be effective October 1st, and so we'll be gearing up and preparing for transitioning some work that has been I would say added to the plates of other individuals to date to offload some of that and free up their time to focus on some important priorities. Some of those positions will focus on data and assessment to ensure that all of that information is accurately tracked and that schools have appropriate information about data and assessment systems. And one of the positions will be making permanent a temporary position for an admin assistant that has been working with us on a temporary basis so far. So again, that is 3 positions. The second thing, and I'll remind everybody that at our last meeting, we had not yet had our budget kind of fully closed. There was some conversation regarding the reserves levels for the State Public Charter School Authority. You may recall that there were some questions raised that the expected reserves over the coming biennium were going to be particularly high to the tune of approximately 130 to 140 days reserve, which is a relatively high reserve level. We worked closely with the Legislative Council Bureau's fiscal team on a number of different proposals and provided them, substantial information to help them inform the legislature about some of these options. Ultimately, the legislature decided to address this issue by reducing our revenue level for the coming biennium. So our revenue is lower than what was included in the governor's recommended budget. And that means that the fees, our revenue is primarily generated through fees. And so our fees will be lower going into this year than they have been currently. Previously, we've been operating with schools paying approximately 1.5% in fees. And going into next year, the fee level will be 1.25%. I'll caveat that by saying, historically, we've charged 1.5% and then provided a rebate at the end of the year. And one of the questions that was repeatedly raised by the chair of the Ways and Means Committee and the chair of the Finance Committee was a rebate at the end of the year is not necessarily helpful to schools. They could have used that money if they had planned and known it was coming. And I think that's a particularly salient point. It's hard to use money at the end of the year. If you could have hired someone, it's kind of too late. And so one of the advantages to this approach is that we do believe we have sufficient funds and that this will allow schools to use that money that oftentimes they were getting back at the end of the year proactively to support their educational programs and to support the students in their schools. We have also committed to the legislature of looking closely at our long-term financial plan over the next couple of years to better understand what a long-term stable fee level will look like for the authority. And so we anticipate there may be a change again in the next biennium, but expect that for the upcoming biennium, it will be 1.25% for fees for the schools. So I'll pause. That was a bit of a technical description, and I'm glad to answer questions or clarify anything that may not have been clear.
Yes, Director Fiden, and I apologize if I come off frustrated, and the frustration would not be directed at you because you're inheriting something that was just untenable to begin with. And that is, since I've been on the board, and I don't know that you're aware of this, but this board has been told repeatedly that we are not permitted to see to build to work with staff to build a budget or to see the budget, but we've been required on at least 2 occasions to approve a budget without having seen it. And that's the reason why that's frustrating to me is because we got 3 positions approved, which I'm grateful for, but with regard to responding to the Department of Education's finding that we are an LEA and then codifying that into statute this session. The reports we've gotten from our consultants have indicated we need a lot more than 3 people to fulfill our LEA responsibilities. And if the board would have been brought into these discussions, both with regard to the department's position as to whether we were an LEA or not over a year and a half ago, and then the subsequent budget planning, we could have presented a budget to the governor that would have accounted for our needs right now. And so I bring that frustration up to you because I want to make sure that we're on record, whether I'm here or not, that for this next budget cycle, when you lay out the schedule for building our budget, that our board is included all the way in the process up until the time that the budget's actually presented to the governor, so that we have the ability to address the needs of our agency in a responsible way. Because the report I saw from our consultants said we needed no less than 9 people to do the work that we've been asked to do well, and that was a at minimum estimate, and we've got 3 people. And so that's frustrating to me because I know it's going to put a lot of pressure on your team to do a lot of work, not only with regard to our LEA responsibilities, but all the other commitments we've made relative to our regulatory oversight of our portfolio. So So will you just please, could you commit to including us in the budget process and maybe coming up with a schedule for how you intend to build our budget for next session?
Yes, Chair Granasso, thank you for raising that. I know that's a concern that's been raised to me by you and by others. I want to make sure to work closely and have already mentioned this to folks at the governor's office that I'd like to have a conversation with the governor's finance office just to make sure we establish some clear guardrails and lanes around this process. As most of you are familiar with, the agency does do a request for our budget. Our agency request was to add 9 positions. After agency requests, the governor's office will do governor's recommended budget, and they often make some modifications from the agency request. So the number of positions recommended was 4, and then obviously the legislature makes some decisions following that. So it is a multi-step process, but we can certainly work to make sure that we've got the right level of engagement of our key stakeholders in that process.
This is Member Moulton, Chair. Amen to what Jason said. I just like we've watched schools get into financial trouble, or we really had 130 to 140 days in reserves. Is that what I've heard?
Yes, and I can provide some details on that, but continue with your comment. Yeah.
No, that just shocks me a little bit because, I mean, I like to have that personally, but it usually can't happen with a governmental agency and still. So I don't know. I just say amen to what Chair Manasso said, and I want to be involved with it. And I'm sure that there's individuals on staff that track that and watch that, but I think that they need to be communicating, and that the governor's office, as we become more diligent, as we become better stewards of what our responsibilities are, then hopefully they can see that need and provide more help. So, amen.
And Rebecca Fiden, again, to the question around reserves, I will say that through our conversations with the governor's finance office and the Legislative Council Bureau, we have, generally come to the agreement that at least 90 days reserve is important. And part of the reason for that, and to some folks that may seem high, we are a pass-through of certain grants, and there are times where we actually we pay out those funds before we get reimbursed for them. And so having some of those come in waves throughout the year, and so having sufficient funds to be able to pay all of that out before we are reimbursed is one of the reasons that we do aim to keep our reserve level relatively robust, to ensure that we don't create a situation where schools have expended dollars, have requested the reimbursement from us, and we aren't able to reimburse in a timely manner. So that's just a little bit of context around why that reserve level is important.
Sheila Moulton, just one quick thank you. That's what I want to know. I mean, 90 days sounds reasonable, but then when you tell me about the grants, that just 130, got it. Okay. Mm-hmm. A lot of it's just communicating and educating us. So, okay. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, and then when we're doing the work that we've been charged with doing, both the commitments we made this session as well as with our LEA responsibilities and other tasks, I think it's important that we keep good track of the time that staff's spending on that so that we can make a strong case next session for why we need additional people. Because if we can document, the amount of time and effort that I know working closely with you all over the last several months, you work Saturdays, you work Sunday afternoons, you'll work until 7 or 8. And I don't know if that's sustainable in the long term, but I appreciate the extra effort that you all put into making sure we get the work done. And I just want to make sure that the legislature knows next time around how much work goes into the work that we do, or at least you do as a staff, and why it would be appropriate to approve additional staff members to lighten the load across the board for you all.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Member Kerner here.
Yes, please.
I have a couple of lines of questioning. I'm assuming that the department, which now has been doing the LEA work, then passes it on to us, but will not give us the corresponding head count that they've been using. I assume that's correct.
Yeah, let me take a step back. So the LEA status certainly will be resolved, and we'll talk about that in the legislative update. We expect that will be resolved this session. However, one of the primary LEA responsibilities is with regard to grants. And historically, the SPCSA has handled, I believe it's in the range of 5 to 7 grants that flow through our agency. And the Department of Education has another 10 to 13 grants that they have handled directly for schools. Because we are a state agency, any money that will flow through us must be approved by the legislature. And so in this process, the legislature and the governor's finance office maintain the status quo in terms of which grants flow through us and which ones do not. And so we are, in fact, not taking on any extra grants at this point in time. And so that does give me a bit of relief with regard to thinking about the capacity and the workload. It doesn't change our responsibilities in terms of an LEA, but we've worked out some circumstances where they will maintain the grants that they have historically managed. And there's a cost allocation that the agency is paying to the department for some of the work that they are doing on behalf of us effectively as an LEA.
Which comes out of our 1.25.
That is correct.
And we all recognize that we're not, okay, it's July 1st, we're now an LEA, and this is a gradual process for us in terms of the workload that we'll be picking up. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it will evolve over time as we get a better grasp and develop our capacity internally for that work.
And maybe this isn't the right place to ask, but DSA, do you have any sense of how the DSA comes out and how that affects charter schools?
For the coming biennium?
Yeah.
Yes, the DSA, it will look slightly larger based on what not all of those bills, it's a bit fluid, I guess is the best way.
Not done yet.
Not done yet. But we anticipate that any new funding formula would not go into effect until 2 years from now. And so it'll look relatively similar with some minor changes to previous years going into the coming biennium.
That's a new funding, school funding, but there's still an interim DSA. Correct. That should be an improvement over prior years.
Yes, and that exact number is still in flux, but there has been some additions to that pot of money that, again, I don't believe have been fully approved yet.
And so the categorical spending, which we really haven't had an opportunity to take full advantage of a lot of those, like class sizes, for example. I've lost track of whether those categorical things are being moved now into the DSA or whether or not that's 2 years from now or not at all.
For the most part, I would say 2 years from now. Many of those are staying intact. And again, many of those are still a bit fluid. For example, I heard recently that the Victory Fund funded schools, there may be more money added to that pot. And so there is still some movement with regard to that piece.
All right. When does session end?
Monday.
We got a lot to do between this now and Monday, huh?
Well, so some stuff may have happened while we were sitting here, so I don't want to speak too soon.
No, they were supposed to meet at 9 this morning. They probably won't meet until 4. Legislative time.
Yeah, okay. And again, let me just say that I anticipate we'll provide more detail regarding funding in the next meeting. It was a little bit too fluid, so to speak, at this point.
If I may, we don't meet for another month. If you have data before then that you can send out an email to the board, that would be helpful. I'd just like to know whether our charter schools had come out ahead on this session or, just where they are, and maybe summarize whatever new information you have. For example, I had heard at one point, and I don't really know, that charter schools, because many of them don't do transportation, they were going to cut that from our funding. I think that went away. I don't think they're doing that now.
So I'm sure Mr. Herrick is trying to remind me that I'm not supposed to be, this is not the legislative update item, but yes, we will certainly be glad to send some additional information out as it becomes available in the coming weeks prior to the next meeting.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, no problem. Any other questions or comments from any board member regarding the report on the budget? All right, hearing none, please proceed, Ms. Fiden.
So I am going to actually have a skip down to item D on the finance and operations team with a light agenda for today. Ms. Bauer is not with us. She's focused on a number of things related to grants and preparing for the end of the budget year, or fiscal year, I'm sorry. So just briefly, the only item here is the Las Vegas office move. As those of you in this office can tell, or in the South can tell, we have moved and it is still a work in progress. But overall, we're very glad and happy to be in our new location. Happy to be centrally located, a little bit more closer to some of our schools, and look forward to, for those of you that aren't in the building today, come see us. We're happy to take you on a tour around our new facility. With that,
congratulations on the move, and you know, we're better off than we were a year ago. Where you're sitting now versus where we had a group of people sitting about a year ago. We had everybody like in a closet at the legislature down there, and everybody had to sit together. So it's nice that you at least have a table to sit at, and we can see you clearly. So anyway, we're making progress.
And I'll just also add two things. We're happy to also be co-located here with the Department of Education. We continue to see them as an important partner, glad to be in the same facility with them. And also just want to thank a couple people who really worked to make this happen. Jen Bauer, Brian Scroggins, and Mike Dang were very instrumental in making sure that we didn't lose anything from here to there, that our technology was set up, that we were ready to go as soon as we possibly could be. We've got Wi-Fi across the hallway, I'll just say, but I know there's not Wi-Fi in here, so we're doing very well on that front. So with that, I'll hand it off to Mr. Moderson for the authorizing team update.
Thank you, Director Fiden. So I have a couple of items to just update the board on. The first is regarding new school applications and amendments. So want the board to be aware that we have 20 new applications for new charter schools. We received notices of intent for. The deadline for submission of those applications is July 15th. So we look forward to receiving hopefully quite a few of those on or before the deadline. Additionally, we have approximately 7 amendment applications. Some of these are operational in nature and others deal with expansion. I do want the authority to know that staff has been taking a very active role in working with both the new applicants as well as schools contemplating expansion amendments. This is primarily due to proposed legislation, which emphasizes a number of things, including serving more high-need communities and really focusing on quality schools. Those that are 4 and 5 stars. So we recognize that the legislative session occurs in the middle of both our amendment cycle and our new charter application cycle. So we are working with those schools to make sure they're fully aware of all those happenings at the legislature and the potential impact those decisions have on their proposals. That said, I want the authority to know that we plan to bring forward non-expansion amendment recommendations at our June 28th meeting, with expansion recommendations for amendments coming forth no earlier than the July 26th board meeting. Happy to take any questions you all have regarding either of those items, if there are any.
I don't have anything. Does any other board member have any questions about the amendment applications? All right, but please proceed, Director Morrison.
Sure. So the next item is just a renewal preview for 2019. I'd like the authority to know that we have 7 schools that have charter contracts expiring at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. They're listed on your agenda in front of you, but I'll just read them very quickly. American Preparatory Academy, Beacon Academy of Nevada, Founders Academy, Leadership Academy, Matter Academy of Nevada, Nevada Connections Academy, and Quest Preparatory Academy. So as we look forward, SPCSA staff will be sending each of these schools a formal report that summarizes their performance of their school no later than June 30th, as called for in NRS. After that report is issued, the school may respond if they so wish. Otherwise, they are required to submit notices of intent to renew their charter by September 1st, with a formal application coming no later than October 15th. From there, staff will review this information and likely bring recommendations to the authority at either our November or December board meetings. And because this is a multi-phased process and involves a couple of templates, some back and forth with the schools, staff plans to contact these schools in the very near future to offer just an optional orientation about the process, so each is aware of their legal requirements, and we can walk through both the renewal report and the renewal application template just to make sure they understand what's happening and how this looks over the next 5 or 6 months, because it is one of the critical elements of the charter life cycle. So we want to make sure that they're fully aware of all of the parts. So any questions from the authority on this, I'd be happy to answer.
Does anybody have any questions about the renewal period and process? I think, Director Mercer, we've talked a lot about Connections Academy, the renewal, and we're going to be working with that school over the summer. The other one that jumps out at me is just Quest. You heard earlier today that there may be some financial exposure there. So let's just make sure we're as transparent with Quest as we are with Connections about our concerns about the outstanding litigation and how it could impact their financial solvency. I think transparency helps us, because then we're not, there's no surprises if, things don't turn out the way they want and we have to make a tough decision, in the fall.
Absolutely. Thank you for that comment, Chair. We will absolutely do that, and we aim to be transparent with not only those two schools, but all of our schools. And I'm pretty confident, based on the feedback and process we executed last year, that an orientation will be incredibly helpful, and we're happy to have individual meetings with those two schools in particular.
Thank you for that.
Moving to the third bullet regarding site evaluations, there are a few attachments related to this update that are posted as supplementary items. As this body is aware, the agency has been pressed to conduct site evaluations quickly and as thoroughly as possible. Initially, we had proposed to you all in November of 2018 that we would conduct 16 over the course of this semester. And I'm very pleased to report that we've actually surpassed this number. 2 members of the authorizing team were able to schedule additional evaluations at both Elko Institute of Academic Achievement as well as Learning Bridge in Ely last week, and those were completed. So we have actually conducted 18 to date. The first attachment alongside this item should give the authority and the public an update on where we're at with those, from the actual date of the evaluation to where any final reports stand, whether they've been submitted to the school or they will be submitted in the near future. I do want to remind the authority this is in total about a 6 to 8 week process, starting with a pre-evaluation call that overviews the process with the school and answers basic questions. Schools do submit a number of items to SPCSA staff prior to the actual day-long evaluation. And during that day, we conduct a number of classroom observations, usually between 15 and 30 minutes each. We also meet with various stakeholders in roundtables or focus groups. That ranges from school leaders to board members to faculty and staff and students. And we also conduct an on-site document review of various items, including handbooks, policies, lesson plans, and teacher and school leader evaluations. So we aim to be very thorough. So far, we've gotten a lot of feedback that is in fact the case, and this culminates in an end-of-day debrief with school leadership and possibly also governing board members. From there, following that, we take our findings and memorialize these into a final report that's usually delivered 3 to 4 weeks after the evaluation, and that's shared with the school's board, the school leadership, and the chair, Chair Guanasso. At this point, we intend to have all those remaining reports for the spring completed by the June 28th meeting. And I also want the authority to know that staff has already begun reflecting on our process and are actively looking for ways to improve. This will involve community stakeholders and school leaders, and SPCSA staff also plans to participate in team training over the next few weeks. You'll recall that we did, I would say well over 15 hours in January prior to actually going on to school sites. And we plan to do some additional training over the summer to norm ourselves on the process, refamiliarize ourselves with the rubric for evaluations and that sort of thing to make sure that we are executing the process with fidelity. We also, at this point, plan to present a plan and schedule forward for the 1920 school year in the near future. I could see that happening potentially at the July meeting. So we're excited about that. I will say that I'm very proud of the progress we've made over the past 6 months. I know there's still work to do. We still have not visited or evaluated a number of schools, but for an agency of our size to do 18 in just 4.5 short months, I think is a good solid step in the right direction. And we plan to continue to move forward in this front. So I'm happy to pause and take any questions the authority may have at this time regarding site evaluations.
Does any board member have any questions about the site evaluations?
I just have one quick question. This is Melissa Mackinnon for the record. I can't remember, I know it's on the table, but I already closed the table. So can you just tell us when we're supposed to start getting those reports? And then also if schools have, I believe schools were getting like a draft of those reports initially, and how has that been received? I know we had a school come before us and they had a really positive opinion of the process and how great the staff was through that process. And I just wondered if now that site evaluation reports or drafts of those reports have been sent out, how those are being received.
Thank you, Mark Larson, for the record. Appreciate that question, Vice Chair McAdam. So to your second question, yes, absolutely. When we draft a report, we send it to the school for comments and their so they can have eyes on it prior to being published. I do want to reiterate that that doesn't mean that they say you need to change our rating or you need to change your findings. What that means is they're looking for technical errors, or they are allowed to provide comment as to their version of what happened that day if there is perhaps something that they disagree with, but they are absolutely afforded that opportunity, and we've given schools at least a week, sometimes closer to 10 days to provide that response, and those have been included in the final reports. And so I think to your first question, Vice Chair McAdam, we have those available. I know the chair has received those, and I can make those available to you as well if you'd like. We have, I believe, 15 of them completely done. We should have the 16th done here in about a week, with the last 2 schools that we completed evaluations for last week probably coming near the end of June. So those can be made available, and I would anticipate for schools that are bringing forth, let's say, amendments or up for renewal, while we haven't presented those as standalone items, meaning we haven't presented the site evaluation reports as standalone items for individual schools, those would be included as evidence to inform high-stakes decisions. So we have a couple schools that are up for renewal or seeking amendments over the next couple months. We would anticipate including a recommendation memo, as we normally have, with historical performance data, and as an additional exhibit and piece of information for you to consider, we would add a site evaluation report if one has been conducted.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, please go ahead, Member McAdam. Member Moulton, sorry.
thank you, Member Moulton, for the record. I'd like to see at least